resilient, secure infrastructure is both timely and essential. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jeetu Patel.
नमस्ते। भारत की इतनी प्रगति देख के बहुत ही खुशी महसूस होती है। So firstly, congratulations to all of you for hosting one of the most spectacular AI summits that the world has ever seen, with about 250,000 attendees. And congratulations to His Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, as well as Minister Vaishnav, for actually bringing us all together to talk about what the possibilities of the future are with AI. So what I thought I'd do is I wanted to actually walk you through where we are today and what the possibilities are and what the constraints are going to be that we need to overcome. But let me just take a step back and say that we are probably moving at a pace that is faster than we've ever either expected or seen before with AI. And we are now squarely in the second phase of AI. So we started with this kind of notion of intelligent chatbots that answered questions for us, that felt like magic 3 years ago. And now we are at this point where agents are conducting tasks and jobs for us almost fully autonomously. And we're actually soon going to go to the third phase, which is physical AI as well. And what this is going to do is fundamentally reimagine work across a multitude of dimensions and vectors that we had never even imagined before. Now, if you think about what AI is doing, is it's basically forcing us to rethink every assumption that we've had in society. And I think a lot of these are going to be positive, and we also need to be mindful of the downsides that might be there. But if you really think deep and long and hard, um, the first thing that I'd say is the modern development process for software development has completely changed and flipped at this point in time, where AI is going to, in fact, at Cisco, we have our first product that was 100% built and coded with AI, where there was no human writing a single line of code, right? The, what that actually has as an implication is that your exponential curve of innovation is almost going to feel like a vertical line. And how we need to adjust for that, because right now what's happening is that the rate of change is going to accelerate, but as that acceleration is happening, what you'll find is the absorption rate of technology is still not quite at the same level as the innovation rate of the technology itself. And so rather than having a human in every loop, which is the way that we've thought about it, we need to flip that model and make sure that AI is in every loop rather than thinking about a human in the loop. And the big mindset shift that's starting to occur is this notion that these aren't just productivity tools. These are going to be augmented teammates into our society, where they will be working on behalf of humans, for humans, to go out and conduct things that we actually need additional capacity for. So then the question to ask is, what could hold progress back for AI? And we think there are three things that could fundamentally be impediments for the progress of AI. The first one is an infrastructure constraint. And what I mean by that is there's just not enough power, compute, and network bandwidth in the world. Now there's not enough memory, enough capacity to build out the data centers. These are massive constraints, and infrastructure is oxygen for AI. So if you don't have enough amount of infrastructure, you're not going to be able to make sure that you can fulfill and harness the full potential of AI. So infrastructure is the first big constraint that we see. The second big constraint is this notion of a context gap. If we think of each one of us in our lives, the way that we think about acknowledging, gathering information is we are taking trillions of tokens of context every second and assessing it in our brains and actually informing ourselves of what we need to do as we move forward. These agents are going to need to have that same level of context enrichment. And if they don't, they'll still make decisions, but they're not going to be very good decisions. So the second one is this fundamental context gap. And then the third area is a trust deficit. If you don't trust these systems, you're never going to be able to use them. And you'll actually see that there's an impedance to adoption. as a result of the absence of trust. So you have to make sure that you actually start to think about safety and security at a fundamentally different level than what we've seen before. And if you think about what the new metric for success is, the new metric for global competitiveness moving forward is our ability to safely, securely, and efficiently generate tokens for the use of AI, right? And every country and every company is going to actually get measured by your ability to safely, securely, and efficiently generate tokens, and that'll directly impact your economic prosperity as well as national security. So let's go into each one of these three constraints and talk about like what the dynamics are and how do we need to make sure that we overcome them. Because if you look at the pattern on the infrastructure side, specifically with what's happening with agents, what you're starting to see is as we move from chatbots to agents, the pattern of inferencing is going from this very spiky kind of compute, consumption that used to happen to a much more steady state, kind of persistent demand signal that you're starting to see in the market, right? And that'll have a very, very different level of infrastructure requirements than what we might have seen before. And so I think we have to keep that in mind as we're building out the rest of, these kind of token generation factories that we're building out. We'll need to make sure that they can actually accommodate for that second, kind of behavior model rather than the first one. Now, as you go into the context gap, imagine this. Imagine if you're an ER doctor, and imagine that you actually had an unresponsive patient, and you had no charts on the patient, you had no history about the patient, you had no symptoms that you knew that the patient was experiencing. How would you be able to go treat that patient? You might still be able to do it, but you're going to make a bunch of guesses, right? An agent without context is still going to make decisions, but those decisions might not be the kind of decisions we want that agent to make. And so we have to make sure that we figure out effective and efficient ways to enrich context for that agent, for the AI. And it's, if you, in the absence of that, it's just going to be forced to guess. And those guesses are as good as you flipping a coin and, heads showing up. So how do you close that context gap? And so the way you close the context gap, the first one is these models have been trained on human generated data that's publicly available on the internet. But we're running out of human generated data publicly available on the internet. So now what you're starting to see is there's a tremendous amount of enterprise data that's actually intellectual property of these companies. Can we make sure that we can enrich these models with this proprietary enterprise data for the purposes of that organization so that they can create competitive differentiation, right? And so the first one is this notion of connecting enterprise data to AI and agents. The second big area is this notion of enriching agents with machine data. Because right now what you see is most of the data is human generated data that these AI models have actually been using. We need to make sure that we use machine data. What does machine data mean? It's time series data. When something, you and all of us humans, we start our day by actually consuming machine data. We might check the weather. That's machine data. But as you have more and more agents, 55% of the growth of data in the world is going to be machine data. As these agents work 7 by 24, you'll have much, much more data and logs, metrics, events, traces that'll actually need to be consumed. So that second area of agents being enriched with machine data is going to be critical for these agents actually operating with a sufficient level of context. And third is you have to embed AI in every workflow. You can't just actually think about that as I'm just going to have a tool that augments to my broken process. You have to fundamentally rethink the process that accommodates these agents. Agents don't adjust to us. We have to adjust our process to the agents so that they can actually be effective for us. So that's the second big area, is the context gap. And then the third area that we talked about was this notion of a trust deficit. And in AI, the risk with AI now is no longer that AI is going to give us the wrong answer. The risk with AI is going to take the wrong action. And when you actually start having an AI take the wrong action, the consequences are far more grave than just giving you the wrong answer. So what do we have to do? So there's two areas that we think are going to be really important. The first one is we got to make sure that these agents get protected from the world, which means that jailbreaking an agent, having prompt injection attacks, making sure that there's a level of tool abuse or data poisoning. We have to make sure that we can protect the agents from that happening. And then the second thing we have to do is we have to make sure that we can protect the world from the agents. so that the agent starts going rogue, it starts having behavior that's unintended, that we can actually make sure that we can provide effective guardrails at runtime, because no longer is governance a document. It's going to be a runtime implementation, so that as the agent is working, if you start seeing that the agent's doing something that's not going to be in the best interest of humans, we have to be able to inject guardrails into that dynamically at runtime, so that we can make sure that that creates a level of trust for the system. Now, it turns out that Cisco is actually building solutions across all of these three areas. And so the way that we think about ourselves is we want to invent and innovate in making sure that the critical infrastructure for the AI era is as simple to deploy, as safe and secure as we want it to be, and as context enriched as it can be. So what are we doing? We're building networks that agents will run on. We're building context that makes it richer for these agents to operate in a way that allows us to make sure that we can delegate safely and securely to them and feel good about the outcomes that we're going to get. And we're going to make sure that we're going to have security that governs these agents. And all of this is going to be done with a tremendous amount of observability and visibility that says in every layer of the stack, from the way that the GPU is getting utilized, to how the model is performing, to how the apps are being built, to how the agents are performing, we can have observability from bottom to top in the entire stack. Because if we can do that and figure out that every company, every country is generating tokens in the most effective and secure way, then you're going to see that there's progress being made. Now, why is this a tremendous opportunity for India? Because India is not just going to use AI. What the way that we've seen over the course of the past week is you're actually helping shape the direction of the entire world with AI. And I think there's a few key areas that we should all feel very hopeful for, and why India can be a tremendous contributor to AI for the rest of the world. Not just for India, but for the entire world. The first one is we have a huge talent pool of young, vibrant, intelligent, smart, educated people within India that actually contribute to the workforce. We've got one of the largest groups of people under 30 that are actually going out and contributing to the economy. Number two is we have a very strong digital foundation, having common identity with Aadhaar, having UPI. These are things that we in India you all might take for granted, but these are very rare to come by in countries, especially at scale. And third, India actually has massive, massive scale. And why is that important? Because AI works best with scale. Because AI works best when you have the most amount of data, right? And so the way I think about this is we have a tremendous opportunity ahead of us. Now, the future is not going to be built by AI alone. In fact, the future gets built when humans can confidently put AI to work and delegate jobs and tasks to AI in a way that we feel safe and secure. And so I'm actually as hopeful as I've ever been. However, I also feel like there's tremendous amount of risks of these things can go going sideways. And so we as a community have to band together and make sure that we actually work as an ecosystem to keep AI safe and secure. Because if we do that in the right way, we're going to solve the hardest problems that humanity has faced and reduce and hopefully end suffering in so many different areas. We might be able to cure the hardest diseases that we've not been able to overcome. We might be able to overcome poverty. We might be able to overcome the gaps around education so that that can be evenly distributed to people. We can make sure that we can improve people's quality of lives. So I think there's a lot to be excited about, but those constraints need to be kept in mind. And we are so grateful to be partnering with India in this journey ahead. So thank you all. Take care.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeetu Patel. That was really an interesting session by CEO Cisco, highlighting the agentic AI, the role of agentic AI, as well as the physical AI and the current scenario. And also, the last line was really an assuring line saying that the future will not be built by AI, but by humans who can confidently put AI to use. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Now, it's my honor to introduce a leader who's been at the forefront of shaping the future of wireless technology and intelligent computing. Mr. Cristiano Amon is the president and chief executive officer of Qualcomm, a company that has defined and continues to redefine the global compute connectivity and AI landscape. And well, AI doesn't just live in the cloud, it runs in your pocket, in your car, in the factory floors. And Mr. Amon is leading Qualcomm's push to bring powerful AI processing to the edge, enabling billions of devices to think locally and act intelligently. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Amon, President and CEO of Qualcomm, to the stage. Please give a round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very, very happy and privileged to be here. I'm incredibly excited and energized about what's happening here in India with AI, and I think what's happening with AI in general. What I'd like to talk to you today is about the next chapter of AI, and this is something that's very near and dear to Qualcomm. We've been talking about this because I think we're really entering now the next phase of AI. As AI gets developed, it's going to be part of everything that we do, and especially the interaction that we have with computers and with digital systems. So intelligence is now shifting for something that we kind of started and we all experience going to, a chat box and asking question into something that is going to be all around us and everywhere all the time, especially with the devices. I actually love the presentation right before from my friend Jitu from Cisco when he talked about the traffic change from chatbots to agents. And this is important. I've been often talking about this, how we should be thinking about AI in a much broader sense. And it's easier for a company like Qualcomm to talk about this because we build a lot of the chips that go into devices where the humans are. So as you create AI in the data center and you train and create those models, all this data, and you deploy this, you're starting to see that this get utilized in different ways. One fundamental thing that AI is doing for us, it is changing the human computer interface because we don't have to now learn how to use a computer. If I've been often talking about this in different presentations. We had to learn how to use an S2 keyboard, and we still use that on a laptop. Then we use like to touch a screen. But now the AI understands what we see, what we hear, what we say, what we write. So in itself, it's changing computers. It's changing the devices we interact with, and it's becoming a pervasive technology that is going to be everywhere. And I think that's the mission, I think, of Qualcomm. When I think about what we're going to do, is the same way that what we did with mobile communications and the creation of, of the computer that fits in the palm of your hand is the ability to take that intelligence everywhere. And it's going to be creating a number of important shifts in the industry. And I want to start talking about the mobile industry. Uh, we we may have had the privilege as a company to be part of every single transition of wireless technologies. And let's talk today. I'm going to talk about the next one that is coming as well. And what we saw with the transition of wireless technology, that fundamentally at every generation of wireless, you saw big shifts, not only in devices, in companies, and because of the transition, especially, for example, when you went to the ability to have a phone that you carry with you, all the way to connect the phone to the internet, all of a sudden that phone became a computer. Um, and it started to drive the future of the internet, like a country like India that leapfrog, I think, the internet and went straight to the mobile internet. And that's going to be true again when you think about AI. For example, in the mobile ecosystem, AI is going to fundamentally change how we think about the mobile device. All of you today, and me included, I think we look at our smartphone as an inseparable device. Most of our digital life is, and the smartphone today is at the center of everything that we do. Uh, but now that's going to get replaced by an agent. Now, when you think about the entire value chain that got created for example, for the mobile industry. There's enormous amount of value on things like OSs and application stores, and that becomes like the platform when you're going to develop an application that you're going to do different things into the platform. An agent that now understand human intentions because you just need to tell him what you want, or he's going to see what you see and make a decision for you, assuming you will authorize it. When that happens, that's where the value is because then the agent is free. It can go to the internet and do things. It can go to your phone and do things, and you're no longer bound by constructs of your hardware or your apps in the application. So as a result, we expect the AI is going to have a fundamental shift in the mobile industry where the agent is going to be at the very center, and as the agent is at the very center, everything surrounds the agent. You can access the agent from your mobile phone, but you can also access the agent from your glasses or for a pendant or for anything that you wear. And I think we're going to look at the mobile ecosystem right now, not only as a single device experience, but you're going to connect to agents across multiple types of devices. And I think that's incredibly exciting. And that's not only unique to what you're going to see in consumers. That's going to happen also with things, because you can also have create AI that's going to get trained on different things, on physical signals like physical AI, on sensor data, and you're going to deploy that in every computer. So what's exciting about AI, it's going to very quickly evolve. For something, you go to a browser and you ask a question, and I think, as my colleague from Cisco said, is get trained on all the public available data on the internet. You're now going to go to a different type of AI experience. That's going to be the fundamental software that is going to run in all the devices around us, and how you're going to have interaction on the devices. So, I also want to basically, as we think about this future, I just want to give you an example. What we saw across the industry is workloads or use cases have shifted. Devices didn't go anywhere, but the workload shifted. We used to do a lot of things in the early days of the internet on your laptop. And for example, e-commerce, you will do it on your laptop. Now most of the e-commerce in the world is done on a phone. Tomorrow, or it could be like as early as within the end of this year, as you start to see the proliferation of glasses. If you have a glass that has agents, is connected to the internet, has camera on those smart glasses, the glass see what you see. Uh, you can just look at something and say, "I'd like to buy this." What is it's Can you check this? For example, check this on Flipkart. And just buy it for me. I would like to buy this. Um, Integration of payment system. You get a bill, say, place this, notify me when I'm done, and so forth. So I think we're going to see this fundamental change of devices. But also going to be true about the revolution that's happening in robotics and the revolution that is actually happening on industrial. So that's an incredible opportunity. And we have been incredibly focused as a company to basically drive that future of computing. There's also a big debate, which I believe is the wrong way to look into that, which is about cloud and edge. There's a lot of debate about, oh, this is going to be running on the cloud, this is going to be running on the edge, and it does not matter. Think about your device today. Your smartphone today has incredible amount of processing power, and there's a number of different things that run in your smartphone. If you put it on airplane mode, you probably don't use it. You just put it back and wait until you get connectivity again. It's the most cloud connected device because those things work as a one. And you're going to have now intelligence that's going to be incredibly distributed across the cloud, across uh, the near edge, the network in itself, and an on device. And it's all going to work seamless. They're going to things that you're going to be able to do on the device because they require an instant response or require unique context, unique information that is relevant to you. Something is going to do on the cloud. And they're both going to be growing and it's going to be transforming how we think about computers. So I like to provide the simple, I think, a description. Let's say we all using agents and you're going to pick the agent that you like, and the agent to be useful, it needs to be fast, it needs to be relevant for you. Let's say, go back to this example, the example I provided on the glasses, and you have those smart glasses and you're walking around and you have a camera, then all of a sudden you see somebody and you ask this glass like it's your friend next to you and say, who is this person? And and you want to get a response, this is so and so. Or you're going to say like, what, can you translate this for me? What is this? Can you pay this for me? You wanted this thing has to be seamless, no friction. So certain things are going to be done on your device, and the thing's going to be on the cloud. It's going to be completely transparent to you. But the interesting thing is those agents, for them to be very useful, they needed to be contextually aware of what is relevant to you. So over time, the agent that I'm going to be using, the agent you're going to be using, they need to be relevant to me. So you're going to have a lot of things that are going to be being processed and understood about you. So much so that I believe that in the end game, I think it was said in the prior presentation from Cisco that all this available data that is publicly on the internet that you train models, it's a fraction of the data that is going to be generated if you have, for example, a glass of a camera that sees everything that you see, try to annotate the image, get information about the image and the context, uh, reads what you read, and so forth. That is an incredible amount of data, and that's going to be providing a lot of important context for those models going to be relevant to you. That is the future, and it's an incredible transformation. It's going to transform every industry. No industry is immune to this. And I think what we're doing as Qualcomm is really creating the future hardware and software that will help enable this future across all the devices. We we're very unique semiconductor company. I think when we're probably one of the few companies that can be working on chips from sub to milliwatts to a smart earbud that you're going to wear, all the way to now 2000 watts for chip on the data center. But I think that's the incredible future that AI is going to transform every single computer. And the agents are going to be at the center of the experience. It's going to replace a lot of the um, OSs and the application definitions we see today, and that is the new future of technology, including the future of mobility, and that's why we're incredibly excited about this. And with that, I want to talk about something that is happening, which is about the next generation of wireless technologies. I would like to provide uh, 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 an example from the past. When you think about telecom networks, and I think we're probably one of the American telecom companies that are really focused on the evolution of cellular technology. When you think about the evolution of this sector, when this all started, it was about providing a telephone. I think we, all of us, was an incredible thing. You have a twisted copper pair to get to your home, you pick up, you get a dial tone, you dial, and eventually you could dial anybody in the world with a telephone. Even how cellular started was about make sure all of us had the ability to carry a telephone. That was 2G, that you can call everyone. That's different today. Now you have a very high performance broadband network for data. Voice is just one application in the many applications that you do with the network. It fundamentally changed the nature of the infrastructure. The equipment was different. The use case is different. We're heading to the next big transformation of the telecom sector. 6G is going to provide an evolution of connectivity, faster speed, lower latency, higher coverage, but that's not the story. That's just a piece of the story. It's just continue to improve the connectivity. The big part of 6G is AI, like I said before, is now going to come to the telecom network. And that becomes a large scale AI network that is processing and get trained on all of the signals that happens at the network and providing new capabilities. One of the biggest features of 6G is the network is a sensing network at scale. I'll give an example. The network not only will provide a connectivity between your device and the internet, but will sense everything that's around you. Will use techniques that you see today in autonomous driving cars, like radars, as an example, to detect your environment. It's going to provide a map of everything that is happening at scale. And you're going to have completely different type of services for different industries. It will provide context for your agents, very important, and the network will have that role. It will provide traffic management systems and some of the use cases that are going to be, part of full self-driving cars. It will do drone detection and manage the, traffic control of the economy. There's going to be an aerial in the wide area network and much more, because AI is also going to the network. It's going to be one of the biggest transitions I think we have, as big as going from voice to data, and it's all going to part of this future of AI. And I just want to now make another parallel, I think, to the presentation from my colleague from Cisco. It puts a fine point on the network that needs to be built, the capability of the infrastructure, uh, the security and trust. But that is an incredible future with technology. And as I get to the end of the presentation, I want to highlight that India has an incredible opportunity with this transformation. We have seen that those big shifts in technology creates opportunity, change players. It change, I think, the role of different countries as they provide a global scale for the technology, and that's an incredible opportunity for India. I look of what happened in mobile in India, and one of the largest data consumption per user in mobile devices in the world is in India. The whole internet is mobile. When you think about the potential, all those things that I just discussed about how AI is going to change everything, creates new device, new experiences, new services, that becomes a massive opportunity. And when I look at the ambitions that were set by the AI Summit, I'm going to provide just some examples. Those are just examples. It can be very broader, but I just want to connect with some of the ambitions of the summit. There is a process of jumping into a large scale industrialization. Uh, India is becoming a global manufacturing hub as well. And with AI, you go from the very beginning with smart manufacturing and automation, with incredible change that is happening in this sector enabled by those technologies. Same thing with smart cities, the ability to continue to evolve the infrastructure, the ability to use AI to increase the scale, the reach, the access for healthcare, how you change education. Those are incredibly powerful, learning tools. The ability to actually use some of those technologies to empower people with information, and you're going to have an ongoing learning experience. Think about those agents on that with you all the time, answering questions, telling you how to do things. Especially when you think in context, for example, of those new devices such as smart glasses, and it can fundamentally change industries, for example, such as agriculture. And this just few examples of the potential of connecting this technology with everything I think that is going on in India. It's an incredible and exciting future enabled by AI, and it's going about meeting the ambition of democratizing this technology for everyone, and actually being have an important role in increasing the global welfare. And as a company that has always been focused on enabling our partners in other industries to innovate, I think the history of Qualcomm, we never believe is the job of one company to be responsible for all the innovation. Is really to enable many industries and partner. We're incredibly excited to play a very small part on this mission. Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk with all of you, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cristiano Amon, for that very, very interesting session. And I'm sure each one of us must have gained something, some new insights out of it. Are you all excited about such sessions, such keynote speakers? Louder yes would do better. Thank you. I think we all keep reading about AI. We all are aware of the challenges in front of the world when it comes to AI. But, capital but, BUT, such sessions are actually adding such new perspectives to our understanding of AI, the challenge, and also the future, what to expect in future. So I think it's really time to thank our keynote speakers who are adding such great value to our understanding of artificial intelligence as well as to this AI Impact Summit. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's my honor to invite Her Excellency Ebba Busch, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Energy and Business, Sweden. Sweden has long been a quiet powerhouse of innovation, from Ericsson to Spotify to some of Europe's most promising AI startups. As Deputy Prime Minister, Ms. Ebba Busch is navigating the critical nexus between energy policy and AI infrastructure. Now, that's a challenge I think every nation will face as the data centers demand ever growing share of national power grids. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Deputy Prime Minister of Sweden, Her Excellency Ebba Busch.
Thank you so much, Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. Namaste, Apkazahain. And let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude towards the government of India and to the organizers of this important summit. It is truly an honor to be here in beautiful, beautiful India. Given this unique chance to address you all today, I would like to talk about 3 points. About why, first of all, it is important to be here, some reflections on public legitimacy, and finally, about cooperation and AI sovereignty. India today is not only the world's largest democracy, it is a leading voice in shaping the future global order. Your leadership matters, your perspective matters, and the global south must be fully included when we shape the rules of innovation, technology governance, and global standards. Speaking as a European, as a proud Swede that represents the second largest international delegation here at the AI Summit after France, that's worth an applaud in itself. Thank you so much. The Nordics are deeply engaged here in India, and we are here because we believe this partnership is strategic. It is long term and built on trust. India is not only the world's largest democracy, it is also the world's youngest democracy. And I am impressed with the long term vision of India for a better life for young people, with a commitment that stretches across generations. And Sweden shares this long term commitment. Since India first gained independence, Swedish companies have worked alongside Indian partners, and we have grown together. And as India makes strategic investments in sovereign AI models and advanced research, ensuring that 1.4 billion people can benefit from AI, this is not only industrial policy, it is in many ways poverty reduction. It is empowerment. It is development leap of historic proportions. Sweden intends to be a reliable and innovative partner as India continues its economic rise. Prime Minister Modi often talks about and speaks of India as Vishwamitra, a friend to the world. Today, we stand at a new frontier where that friendship is more vital than ever, the frontier of artificial intelligence. Sweden is a proud friend of India. In the ancient scriptures, we read of the Samudra Manthan, the churning of the cosmic ocean. It teaches us that collaboration is the only way to truly unlock the deepest treasures. Today, the vast ocean of data is our samudra, and AI is our churning rod. Clearly, thank you. So, as you understand, clearly there are very, very good reasons why we are here and why this summit is taking place in India, in New Delhi. And that brings me to the point of legitimacy. In 1450, with modern time telling, when the printing press was introduced, the reaction from the status quo was not excitement, it was fear. Power had long depended on being able to control information, and suddenly knowledge could scale. And if you look back at the arguments that we heard then, they're a bit familiar actually. This will spread the wrong ideas. People won't know what to trust. Society will lose control. And people, especially writers at the time, will lose their jobs. But the printing press wasn't dangerous. What was dangerous was not understanding it. Those who understood it could soon reach a nation in only 2 weeks and a whole continent possibly in 2 months. Every major technological shift follows the same sort of emotional curve. It goes from fear, then trust, then legitimacy, and finally, a worldwide transformation. We are now living through another such moment. And artificial intelligence isn't just another digital upgrade, it is a fundamental shift. AI is no longer about algorithms alone, it is about control of energy, compute capacity, data, and trust. Nations that master AI infrastructure will shape economic growth, industrial competitiveness, and democratic resilience for decades. It's going to make a massive shift. Make no mistake, we are not digitalizing the old economy. We are building an entirely new global AI industry, one that will redefine the foundations of productivity, of healthcare, of defense, energy systems, and of course also public administration. The nations that lead this transformation, they will prosper. Those that merely consume AI built elsewhere will fall behind. The future will not be decided necessarily by the ones that builds the biggest models, but rather the ones that build the most trusted systems. So for me, the question is not whether or not this transformation will happen. The question is who shapes it and on what values. And that is why I am here. So let's talk a little bit about something else that is often misunderstood: data centers. Because AI, much like fire, it is powerful. And in this sense, it is invisible. And it is very energy intensive, demanding of energy intense data centers, often on the countryside, rupturing forests and fields. To many citizens, data centers look like someone else's internet using our electricity. At least that's the debate in Sweden, and I know in many other countries. But I believe that that perception is incomplete. In reality, they can be long term local job anchors if implemented and used correctly. They can enable renewable energy investments. They can be infrastructure for hospitals, for research, defense, and industry. And they are the factories of the new economy. And this brings us to the core political challenge. People do not vote for technology. People vote for outcomes: a job, a hospital that works, energy they can afford. If AI is to become electable in our democracies, policymakers must find a way to translate complexity into tangible benefit. Fear turns into trust when we understand and when understanding grows. So, how do we get there? No nation can build resilient AI infrastructure alone. Democracies have to cooperate. AI sovereignty does not mean isolation, it means choosing your dependencies. To be able to choose our dependencies and the values that shape global AI, we also need a measure of sovereignty over AI. True sovereignty, the way I see it, rests on three pillars. First, jurisdictional control, knowing where your data is stored and processed. Second, infrastructure capacity, having sovereign compute for advanced models. And third, strategic choice, selecting partners from a place of strength, not dependency. And in a turbulent world, you need to choose your friends carefully. Sweden is choosing India. India provides the incredible scale and speed, the very engine of this movement. Europe and Sweden can provide precision and trust, the filter that ensures that what we extract is the amrit, the nectar of progress for all. Just that Lord Vishwakarma unified divine vision with practical tools, we must unify the human heart with machine power. We must not see AI as replacement for the human spirit, but as a power multiplier for human dignity. And when we combine India's digital scale with Sweden's systematic trust, we do more than build code. We build a future where technology never outruns our values. Sweden offers Europe and all of our global partners what the AI transition actually needs. So now you'll have a little bit of Swedish bragging, which is not that very common. But first of all, we have an abundance of clean and reliable energy. We export more electricity per capita than any other European country. AI is becoming the most efficient way to export energy without exporting electrons. In Sweden, AI training can run a roughly one third of the carbon footprint of a typical US hyperscaler operations. This transforms us from energy exporter to intelligence exporter, a fundamentally more valuable position. But energy alone is not enough. And that brings me to the second Swedish strength, industrial depth. Sweden has deep expertise in scaling complex industrial systems. We are modernizing traditional industry while building new AI infrastructure. And Europe cannot be underestimated. You cannot bypass the European Union in the AI stack. Consider just ASML in the Netherlands, the only company in the world producing extreme ultraviolet lithography machines essential for advanced chips. Or ARM in the United Kingdom, whose architectures power most of the world's smartphones and an increasing share of data center processors. Or SAP in Germany, embedded in the mission critical enterprise systems of the global economy. And of course, Ericsson from Sweden, a global leader in 5G and a front runner in 6G, the backbone of edge computing and AI enabled networks. You cannot build the AI ecosystems with Europe, and you shouldn't, because we'll be a reliable partner. Third, but not least, trusted institutions. When you make a deal with a Swede, that is a handshake that you can trust. And Sweden offers the ability to move from strategy to execution. In the Nordics, Sweden, Norway, Finland, and Denmark, we are now building AI gigafactories, manufacturing intelligence at industrial scale with near zero carbon energy. We combine clean power, political stability, rule of law, technological sophistication, and a culture of trust. We see ourselves as a sort of pathfinder, helping define the routes that will shape global AI infrastructure for decades. At the same time, we are making strategic commitments. During this parliamentary term, we have committed a substantial amount of funds to AI research, AI development and implementation, therefore ensuring that Sweden seizes the economic and societal benefits of this transformative technology. Building on that foundation, we are today presenting in Sweden an AI strategy with high ambitions. The strategy will outline concrete steps that will steer Sweden towards sustained AI leadership. Our strategy not only demonstrates the scale of current commitment, but also maps a path forward for Sweden's future. And we have launched an AI-verkstad. an AI workshop to help public sector adopt AI safely and efficiently, because trust is built not by slogans, but by implementation. And this implementation brings me back to India. India understands scale. India understands development. Your investments in sovereign AI models ensures that AI speaks all of your languages, reflects your society, and serves your people. This is what real inclusion truly looks like. When 1.4 billion people gain access to AI tools that empower farmers, small businesses, teachers, and doctors, that is not just innovation, that is transformation. Partnerships between India and Sweden combine scale with engineering excellence, market dynamism with institutional trust. Together, we can ensure AI strengthens democracy, drives sustainable growth, and expands opportunity. I'd like to sum up by saying people fear what they do not understand. But what people understand and see value in, they will defend. Our task as leaders is not merely to regulate AI, it is to make it legitimate, to make it understandable, and most importantly, to make it beneficial. If we succeed, AI will not be feared like the printing press. It will be embraced like electricity, invisible, indispensable, but empowering. Let us shape this new industry together, open, competitive, democratic, and inclusive. The future of AI must empower our people and strengthen our shared prosperity. I look forward to doing this together with India. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency Etta Bush, for your valuable insights and for elevating the summit. And it's really interesting to listen to the perspectives of countries like Sweden, because when we talk of AI for all and global cooperation, then role of each and every country becomes very, very important. Ladies and gentlemen, before I move on, I need to announce that there's a RuPay card which we found. If somebody has lost this RuPay card, though I don't know how much money is there, but if you've lost this RuPay card, kindly come to me and collect it from me. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, now we move to the next panel discussion, which is on adoption and acceleration of artificial intelligence. The panelists joining us represent some of the most thoughtful voices on how AI is being built and adopted around the world. Mr. John Palfrey is the president of the John D. and Catherine T. MacArthur Foundation, one of the world's most influential philanthropies, where he has championed the idea that technology must serve the public interest. His perspective on how AI can be deployed equitably, not just efficiently, is essential to the conversation. Ms. Tara Lyons is the Managing Director and Global Head of AI and Data Policy at JP Morgan Chase. At one of the world's largest financial institutions, she is navigating the frontier where AI meets regulation, risk, and responsible deployment, ensuring that AI in finance is not just powerful but trustworthy. Her Excellency Paula Njibar is the Minister of ICT and Innovation for the government of Rwanda. Under her leadership, Rwanda has emerged as one of Africa's most ambitious digital economies, proving that visionary governance can leapfrog traditional development pathways. And we also have Mr. Stephen Bird as the panelist, who is the global head of thematic research at Morgan Stanley, bringing the investor's lens to the question of which AI bets are real and which are hype. And this discussion will be moderated by Mr. Rudra Chaudhary, Vice President of Observer Research Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. John Palfrey, Ms. Tara Lyons, Her Excellency Paula Njibar, and also Mr. Rudra Chaudhary. Kindly come to the stage for this a very interesting conversation, a panel on adoption and acceleration of AI. Mr. Bird will be joining us very soon. Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. There's a good bit of distance between me and the panelists, which might be a good thing. We'll see. Um, we've got about 25 minutes, so I'm going to keep it quite swift. The general panel's about policy on the one side, adoption on the other, and I wonder if that's actually the case. Yesterday, in the inaugural, the Prime Minister made very clear is that adoption is a huge opportunity for India and other parts of the global south, but we have to do it responsibly. President Macron made a very similar pitch in his inaugural speech. And I want to start with that framing, and I want to come to you, Minister. Um, Rwanda is a fascinating country in general, but you're particularly fascinating on the African continent because you were way ahead of the AI curve in a sense. You invested in a startup ecosystem. You were looking at scale before many of us thought of use case skills. Give us a sense of how Rwanda manages these minefields between governance policy on the one side and adoption at population scale on the other.
Thank you very much, Rudy, and great to see you all. I think for us, the decision has always been clear around how we leverage technology as a country to drive socioeconomic development. And so, AI, like many other technologies that we've experimented with as a country, we took the same posture. And so, the idea was figuring out how we leverage this particular technology to address societal challenges, and there were certain trade-offs that we had to make. When it comes to governance, it was a posture around, rather than try to focus more on regulating, would rather figure out where do we see AI creating the biggest benefits and gains for society, and then we're able to build regulations according to the use cases that we're implementing. And so the regulatory posture that we take then is more adaptive. And it's one where it's evidence-based because we're already building use cases, using that to determine what kind of regulations are needed and are very specific to the problems that we are solving, as opposed to trying to create a very abstract regulatory framework, which may not necessarily address whatever risks and concerns that we foresee. The second one has always been on partnerships because that's been key. The level of development, digital development that we've achieved as a country is thanks to the various partners that we've been able to attract into Rwanda. But partnerships, we also look at it very closely to determine how do we make sure that these partnerships are helping us to build capacity. So for example, we're not going to acquire a foreign solution, invite them to train on our data and just leave us with an application. We want them to be able to train our people, co-develop this with our people, so that at least we have the skill set and the mastery of what we're trying to deploy, which will then create that closed loop around the regulatory environment that we put in place. And last, again, I think it's a conversation that we've had throughout this week, which around sovereignty, thinking about data sovereignty by design. We're building our national data hub, and we're really making sure we understand, what are the guardrails that we put in place. We don't want to wait for a crisis to start, worrying about who is using our data, what are they accessing that for. And so we started with already putting in place the data protection and privacy law that governs how you collect, use, and process data. And that has been the foundation through which we can then start to ensure that everything that we do from a data sovereignty perspective, we're doing it by design.
So I'm going to come back to the question on the benefits of AI for all of you and for you, Minister, in a minute. This entire summit process started with Bletchley, where I think if the general philosophy was that can we come to some kind of a global compact when it comes to risk and risk aversion, when it comes to early warning systems. The institutional outcomes was these AI safety institutes that were built out. Can I ask a challenging question? Is from your perspective, is a global compact on something like AI actually possible? Or are there norms that we should generally be thinking about and fitting into our national jurisdictions?
So I believe a global compact is possible. However, it has to reflect the different contexts, cultural, linguistic, everything. And so, to a certain extent, what you're looking at is what are some of those shared standards that we all subscribe to as countries, which are non negotiables for everyone that is building and deploying AI products and solutions. And then, obviously, you then get to contextualize it to whatever problems that you're solving for. And so, again, it's going to come back to what are nations deploying AI to solve for, And how do we make sure that these standards are reflective of what we're looking to adopt as a through the global compact?
Tara, if I could come to you, you were you're leading AI at JP Morgan. Um, you've been in the Obama administration in a very different Office on Science and Technology and Policy, way before the AI wave kind of hit us. Although people have been working for AI for 3 decades now. Just give us a sense, just before I come to the immediate, take us a sense back to those second term of the Obama administration. Give us a sense of how were you thinking about AI?
Well, I would say that era was the first in which global governments started considering AI policy questions at all. And honestly, a lot of the same questions were being asked then as are being asked now. The question of global governance that the minister just spoke to, I think, was top of mind then as it is today. Questions of standards generation and interoperability were certainly part of the conversation. Issues of fairness, transparency, bias mitigation, um, sort of localization and other questions were all very much germane. In many respects, the field has completely transformed, especially from a commercial perspective, given the level of investment that we're seeing globally in the last 5 years, especially. But in many other respects, the foundational questions remain the same that policymakers were considering over 10 years ago. And those questions, I think, are applicable um, uh, in a lot of different directions. I think one of the big differences in the current moment is that I really feel like we've moved from an era where these conversations have been more theoretical to an era in which they are much more applied and made much more real by the questions being asked by organizations like ours, for example, as AI deploying entities where the issues of applied AI organizations are really where the rubber meets the road when it comes to these governance issues that we're talking about from the stage and that policymakers have been considering for the last decade.
So I think if I talk to most people who've been for the first three summits, and I talk to them about this summit, there's a lot of argument about, there's a lot of energy, there's a lot of discussion on use cases, diffusion, getting this out to humanity, getting it out to people. And now we have to work downstream and upstream and figure out how best to do the diffusion piece. Let me ask you a question is, you've been here for 3, 4 days for the summit, Tara. Um, what's really struck you in terms of the diffusion argument, the adoption argument? And then if you put your policy regulatory lens to it, what are you thinking right now?
Well, I actually don't think the hardest questions in this field, maybe this is a controversial answer, but I'll try it on for size here. I don't think the hardest questions in this field are technical right now. I think they are questions of human uh, issues and institutional um, issues. And I hear that no matter where I am, talking to clients and other large enterprises, speaking to governments globally, whether in New York, California, Brussels, or Delhi here this week, where the hard problem really isn't frontier advancement right now. It's actually making this technology useful to real organizations and making it helpful to real people in their everyday lives. And core to that set of issues are the governance questions that have been so top of mind here at the summit, I think. And questions of how we scale responsibly, how we engender trust in the technology, because in order for AI to be useful, it has to be applied. And in order for it to be applied and widely adopted, it needs to be trusted. And so these are, I think, are cornerstones of what we need to be thinking about when we're actually thinking about the frontier of AI in many ways.
John, you run one of the largest philanthropic organizations in the world. If there are students there, you should corner John afterwards for all sorts of things, if there are professors in the audience. But you've also got a very strong legal background. So, same question to Tara is, when you think of diffusion, when you think of impact use cases, and you think of what Paula said, which is we have to be adaptive about the regulatory architecture, where are you at?
Rudy, thank you. And first, let me please, on behalf of MacArthur Foundation, congratulate our hosts in India. What a wonderful global stage to be on, to be having this important conversation. the point of view that I come from as a law professor and as leader of a philanthropy, MacArthur Foundation, is of course that we need to make the technology, the AI, work for humans and to put humans at the center. And I've been delighted on this main stage and throughout the summit to hear that as the focus here in India and of course around the world. And I think the way to do that is not to treat the AI as something magical and separate, but rather connected to all of the things that we're trying to accomplish. So whether it's lifting people out of poverty or improving healthcare or a bank providing capital as needed, we need a stable regulatory regime that makes that possible and puts humans at the center rather than just seeking to advance the technology at all costs and then treating it as something magical and other than forms of mathematics, forms of science that we have been able through human history to regulate so that it serves humans, not for its own sake.
From your perspective in terms of philanthropy, but also from the perspective perhaps of peers that you talk to, is the current moment on with the verb for adoption, the verb for getting this out to people, changing the way you're thinking about grantees, partners, and the philosophical way in which you're thinking about releasing money?
Yes and no. I think there are some constants in philanthropy that are very important and maybe more important than ever in this moment. You think about the amount of capital that is flowing towards AI and its development, mostly, of course, by the private sector, sometimes by sovereign wealth funds and so forth. What we need to ensure is that civil society has a voice. And of course, again, I credit our hosts for including civil society in this conversation and continuing to do that from Bletchley to today and onward. And the civil society world doesn't come for free. Somebody has to pay for it, right? And philanthropy has been historically the source of funding that. And I'm very impressed by the Indian philanthropic environment that is developing. We're excited to partnership with the Center for Exponential Change and others who are developing homegrown both philanthropy as well as ideas that are coming from India to the rest of the world. But if we don't invest in civil society, there will be many, many fewer voices able to bring the kind of sensibility that we're talking about to the world. It doesn't come without actually thinking about it carefully. So no, we are thinking that long-term capital that is for academia, that is for organizations, and I think about of course, the Observer Research Foundation, which you're involved in, Partnership for AI, for which Tara was the founding ED. These are organizations, along with academia, who have to be funded in a stable long-term way by philanthropy. We've been able, with colleagues, to raise $500 million for Humanity AI, an effort in the US, close to that amount for Current AI, led by Martin Tisney and AI Collaborative for global efforts. So we're over $1 billion in commitments between these two efforts, but we have to be at that scale because otherwise we will not have the voice of civil society, the voice of many people in these AI governance debates that's so crucial.
Minister, let me ask you a question on, you talked about the benefits of AI in Rwanda. Um, can you open that box up for us a little bit? One of the arguments is that, and there are a lot of arguments about how is this stuff going to pay for itself? Use case and diffusion is all great, but is there an OPEX model or a revenue model for beneficial deployment? It needs to be sustainable over a period of time. And there's another argument which says when people actually start using things that are useful and they see value in it, the rest will follow. What are your citizens in Rwanda feeling in terms of value?
So I'll differ a little bit because I think value cannot just be seen in monetary terms on how are we going to have the return on investment? How do we just sustain this financially? It's a good metric to use for sure. But I think the way we are looking, and when I look at the use cases that we've already identified, one, it speaks to our government's decision to make sure that we're delivering better services to our citizens. So whether it's healthcare, whether it's making sure that we're giving quality education to our students in Rwanda, whether it's making sure that majority of our population, which is made up of farmers, have access to the right data and extension services that then ensure that they have a growth in productivity, which will translate essentially also in them being able to have more income and getting out of poverty and building wealth for their families. But the starting point for us has always been, what problem are we trying to solve? And is AI the best way to solve for this? Or is it a combination of AI and many other technologies that can solve for that? We're a country that has been on a journey of digital transformation for more than 20 years. And so we've already started to see the benefit of that. So when I look at the education use cases, we are ranging from being able to facilitate teachers with, assessment tools that can help with faster and better assessment. We're looking at AI solutions that support with better lesson planning. And so if you're able to have better lesson planning, you're able to deliver quality education and make sure that it's similar across the country, then I think those are benefits that one can easily quantify. For the health sector, we're looking at our frontline health workers or the community health workers delivering primary health care, giving them decision support tools that enable them to have better diagnosis, and at the same time to reduce the backlog of in the healthcare referral system. Essentially, that's also going to translate into less wastage, into better care, but also even bringing down the cost of care per person, if you look at it that way. So for our people, they're very optimistic. Obviously, like any other country, everyone has to wonder, okay, there's lots of data that you're going to be using. Some of it, a lot of it is going to be personal data. What guardrails are we putting in place? We have the data protection and privacy law that I talked about earlier. But the most important thing, even for our people, that they need is how are we building capacity in country so that a lot of these things are not solutions we're acquiring from elsewhere, but we have, more than 70% of our population that are in the youth bracket. It means these are already people that are very excited about technology, that if you train them the right way, they'll also be part of building these solutions. And so I think there's a lot of optimism on what it can do. It doesn't mean we're shying away from what the risks are. I think that's why we're doing everything by design, use case by use case, trying to understand for each use case that we are deploying, what could be the risks that could be unique to that particular application, and how are we addressing it.
No, I think that's fantastic. I think the way you're thinking about disaggregated risk rather than just one big banner sticker on top is perhaps the way we all need to go in as we think about how is this use case risky, but how is it actually useful and adds value in different ways. So that's fantastic. Keeping an eye on the clock, Tara, I just want to talk a little bit about deployment and scale. Um, we all love diffusion. We want this stuff out to everybody. How do we get it right when it comes to deployment and scale? Because none of this is going to be easy. It's going to require some kind of a sustainable financial model. It's going to require a lot of work across the board and across borders. So just give us, so someone who works on scale and deployment, give us a viewpoint.
Sure. And maybe just a few words on census scale in our context here at JP Morgan Chase. We operate in over 100 countries globally. We spend close to 20 billion US dollars a year on technology. And and we are investing really, really deeply in AI. So, I think to answer your question, one of the paradigms from which we come to this issue is certainly from the unique risk management capabilities of finance and regulated banks specifically. We've been using AI technologies um, at the use case level for over 10 years, starting first with more traditional analytic techniques, moving into the era of machine learning models, now introducing large language models, looking in the direction of agentic capabilities and beyond. And I think underscoring one of the points that John raised earlier, which I think is important here, you know, the sort of risk management posture and considering what effective governance and controls looks like in order to scale in the way that you're describing is something we have built muscles to do before. We know how to do this pretty well. And one of the superpowers I think that we have is a sector specific lens on regulation and oversight. I think that also speaks to some of the great points that the minister just made with respect to really evaluating risk at the use case level. Make this conversation about risk management grounded and practical in ways that address the real ways in which AI is getting deployed at the level of individual use cases, and then making rules of the road that are applicable to that specific context. I think that's really crucial. The other kind of piece of the equation is, and this speaks to the point I made at the top about our global operating model. We really need regulatory harmonization to the extent possible in order to allow for consistency of rules across borders. And I think that there's been a lot of really really rich conversation this week at the summit about sovereign AI. As a part of the global governance conversation. I think that that has its own unique and important goals. And I think it needs to be held in the same, sort of space as a realization that we also need to be considering what a global baseline looks like, what clarity enables for global operators so that they can really get responsibility at scale right.
I'm going to ask you one question before I come back. What would you like to see going ahead from this summit? The baton's been handed to Switzerland. And from Switzerland, there's possibly another likely candidate. But what would you like this summit process to do in an institutional setting, perhaps, to keep these conversations going?
Well, I think that John's earlier point about the need for multi-stakeholder diversity is really key. I think that, looking across sectors, government, civil society, and industry is deeply important, and making sure all those voices are at the table is critical. I think a sub point there, from my perspective, is that I would like to see more deployers sitting in seats like this one. We are one of the largest financial institutions in the world, and we use AI in really, really deep ways, as I mentioned before, but I want to see folks from retail, energy. I want to see people from manufacturing. I want to see folks who really represent the real economy, sitting on stages like this one next year in Switzerland and speaking to how we deliver real value in the hands of customers and citizens every day using these technologies.
And John, very quickly to you, I'm going to ask you a cheeky question. The kind of philanthropy I think that we require now in AI is for MacArthur to be working with a frontier lab that's working with a local lab that's deploying. Is that in your imagination?
Sure, and Rudy, thank you. And I think it's an exciting idea of going from here to Switzerland and imagining what could come next. And I think what could come next for philanthropy is absolutely an important piece of the story. And I think if you think about the way in which technology works, it often begets innovation in other sectors. So I think what's exciting is that the technology itself can inform the way we practice philanthropy in the ways you suggest, but it also can figure out how to regulate better. And it turns out, of course, regulation is not just against innovation. In fact, regulation sometimes prompts further innovation, and then this wonderful cycle can continue. So my sort of key point on this would be to say, let's not have a false binary. Either you regulate or you innovate. Let's figure out the way that the regulation and the governance drives innovation. And I think that's an exciting idea, not just for governments, as the minister said, or for banks. It's true for philanthropy too, which can improve its work a little bit along the way too.
No, bang on. And Minister, last word to you. We would love to see the summit hosted in Kigali. From your vantage point, and a lot of this is about South-South cooperation, a lot of it has been about global cooperation. What would you like to see between now and Switzerland? What can we all actively do to make this more palpable by the time we get to Zurich or Geneva or Davos or wherever it is?
I think it's great that since we started with the Bletchley Park convenings, we were looking at safety, governance, and now it's about impact, execution, implementation. It would be great that we start to, quantify what that impact has looked like, and also to, create a way where these exchanges are truly happening. And I couldn't agree more. If we have more of the people that are building and deploying some of these solutions here, if we could have some of the communities that have either benefited positively or negative here, so we can have their voices, so that as we go ahead with how large scale adoption of this technology is going to happen across the world, we're taking into consideration these conversations. And I think the last one for me is to make sure we have more voices coming from the African continent and elsewhere, so that we can sort of balance between where are we seeing the biggest impact? Is it in emerging economies? Is it in the middle economies or the big ones? And what could be the nuances as we continue to deploy massively?
And I think to do that, we need to take this to the African continent sooner rather than later.
And we're happy to host you.
There you are. Good offer there. Minister, John, Tara, thank you so much. Thank you for being with us at the Impact Summit, and back to the organizers. Thank you.
I thank our esteemed panelists for that very engaging discussion. And I thank Rudru also for moderating this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now I move on to our next keynote speaker. Well, it's my great pleasure to invite our next keynote speaker, who is Ms. Anne Bouvreau, Special Envoy for Artificial Intelligence, France. A diplomat, a technologist, and former Director General of the GSMA, which is Global System for Mobile Communication Association. Ms. Bouvreau sits at the heart of France's efforts to lead on AI governance and international cooperation. She's been instrumental in advancing the global conversation on responsible AI regulation by bridging innovation policy and multilateral diplomacy at the highest levels. So we are about to set the stage before I invite Ms. Bouvreau here. But indeed, this is one platform, the AI Impact Summit, where we do get the opportunity to listen to all these esteemed speakers as they put forth their points, their remarks, and their valuable insights, which is based on years of experience, ladies and gentlemen. At a time when we are all concerned about AI regulations and we are all concerned about ethical and responsible AI, it would be a pleasure to listen to our next keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, please welcome Ms. N. Bouvreau, Special Envoy for Artificial Intelligence, France.
Namaste, bonjour. Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear friends. Thank you so much for welcoming me here today at the AI Impact Summit. I had the privilege to lead the organization of the Paris Summit about exactly 1 year ago. It is in Paris that India announced to the world its desire, its ambition, its resolve to organize the AI Impact Summit that is taking place now. Holding an AI summit in a country from the global south is very important from a symbolic perspective, but it is even more important from a strategic perspective. It sends a very powerful message to the world. AI is not a privilege of a few nations, not the preserve of a few companies. It is a global transformation and it must be shaped by all. India is, in my view, the perfect country to host this summit. I don't need to remind you about the scale of this market, the richness of the ecosystem, the strength of the technological expertise here, your incredible entrepreneurial dynamism. India has, over the years, positioned itself to be at the forefront of both AI development and adoption. Just to quote a source, the Stanford AI Index ranks India third globally in AI market competitiveness. This is not by chance. Yes. France and India have a long-standing partnership, and I believe share a common understanding of what is at stake. This year is the year of Franco-Indian or Indo-French innovation. And last year in Paris, the geopolitics of AI started to be very visible. Remember 1 year ago, the announcement of Stargate, the US saying that they were investing in AI to really dominate the world. And remember DeepSeek, China saying that they're also in the race with a different way. AI is at the center of a fierce geopolitical and economical competition. But this also created a momentum for stronger collaboration between countries such as France, India, Brazil, Japan, Germany, Canada, and many others. Coalitions of the willing, of the countries that have key talent in AI, who share a vision that it must be inclusive and sustainable, and a legitimate aspiration for more sovereignty. I believe this is a very key geopolitical moment. In Paris, we spoke about action. This year in Delhi, we speak about impact. We're going from the AI Action Summit to the AI Impact Summit. impact in education, in public health, impact that improves lives, not just in theory, but in practice. And there are a number of areas in which our strong partnership between France and India is very relevant and strategic. I'd like to start with public health. During my previous visit to India back in November, I was deeply impressed by some AI applications, and in particular, by an AI application that I saw at AIMS, at the All India Institute for Medical Science. An application which, if you just cuff into a smartphone, AI analyzes the sound and can be an early detector of tuberculosis versus a more classical cold or other viral illness. Um, this is a very important, very practical, very tangible application of AI for public health. Second, data sharing and data governance. The ongoing work between iSpirit here in India, the Health Data Hub in France, and other partners, and the recent MOU that was signed, will enable, I think, as a first in the world, for data transfer, for health data transfer across borders in a privacy preserving way. This will enable joint research and finding new cures for diseases. Third, research and academia. I chair the board of one of France's leading academic institutions, École Normale Supérieure, Normosup. So this is a subject that is very dear to my heart. This week, there was a full program of scientific exchanges. We called it RUSH, because there's a rush to cooperate between our two countries. This was a series of exceptional talks by researchers and heads of institutions, and the next edition of that will be held in France. Fourth, I want to talk about AI for the common good. And I was very pleased to hear John Palfrey from the MacArthur Foundation talk about Current AI. Current AI is a foundation that, with the help of his foundation, but also at the onset of France, India, and other countries, and with other partners, we launched in Paris. This is a foundation to help sustain AI development for the common good by helping to enable open data sets, open source tools, whatever will not be funded by VCs and private funders. This year, at this summit, we are launching an open hardware tool to promote linguistic diversity and AI-powered translation. This is a partnership between Bashini and Current AI. With its 22 official languages and many more being spoken here in India, India perfectly embodies the challenges and the opportunities of cultural representations in AI systems. This is faced by many countries around the world, but this is a perfect place, India, to launch this initiative. And fifth, and not least, sustainable AI. In Paris, we launched a coalition for sustainable AI. AI requires huge amounts of energy and risks putting our climate goals and our desire to preserve the planet at risk. So we launched this coalition, and this year we France co-chaired with India, the Resiliency Working Group. And sustainability is really something that needs to be taught at the beginning by design in AI systems. It cannot be an afterthought. We're launching today, together with India and other partners, a resilient AI challenge that will help find solutions in this very important area. And finally, we must speak about safety, especially for children. This is a priority for President Macron, if you heard him speak yesterday. This is a priority for him because this is a priority for citizens in France. I believe this is a priority for parents and citizens around the world. AI can enable a number of great things in public health, in other areas, but it must not become a tool that endangers children. We must demand and strengthen age verification mechanisms. We must fight against cyberbullying. Innovation and protection can and must go hand in hand. Excellencies, dear friends, AI is not only a technological transformation, it is a societal, cultural, and political transformation. The question is not whether AI will change our societies. It is already redefining work. It will transform public health. The real question is, will we shape AI? Or will we tell our children that we didn't even try? France stands ready to work with India and with all willing partners to build an AI ecosystem that is inclusive, sustainable, sovereign, and rooted in the common good. The future of AI must not be written for the world. It must be written with the world. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. N. Bouvreau, for those very valuable ideas and remarks, and especially drawing attention to some very pertinent questions about sustainable AI and responsible AI. And as she rightly said, that AI is not just a technological transformation, ladies and gentlemen, it is also the societal, the political, and the cultural transformation. And now we come to our next keynote speaker, and many, many people here are actually waiting only for him. सर्वम का नाम सुना है? OMG, I don't think. सर्वम का नाम सुना है? और सर्वम बनाने वालों से उनकी बात सुनना चाहते हैं? इतने जोश के साथ तो वो आएंगे नहीं आपके सामने. थोड़ा और जोश लाना पड़ेगा. Are you ready to listen to the founder of Sarvam? All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I move on to our next keynote speaker, who is Mr. Vivek Raghavan, the co-founder of Sarvam, a company building AI that speaks India's languages and understands India's context. In a world dominated by models trained on English language data, their work is a powerful demonstration that sovereign AI capability is not just a luxury, it is a necessity. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Vivek Raghavan, co-founder of Sarva.
I come here to say that India can. And I think that's the message I want to say. India can. And India can train state-of-the-art models, bring AI to 1 billion Indians, and do it all. And that's really the message of why we started Sarvam. I want to talk about the long arc. You know, when you look at, today the world is moving so fast. Everybody talks about where is the largest model or who has the fastest chip. These are all transitory technical advantages. In the long run, it's sovereignty that matters. And unless we build these things ourselves, it's something that we'll be left behind in the race. In the past 15 years of my life, I worked on building Aadhaar, which is India's digital identity program. Prior to that, many of these technologies were proprietary technologies. And we built this kind of self-created technology that is open source and a public infrastructure that is available to all of us. And that led to the creation of the India Stack. So when you look at it over the course of long periods of time, Sovereignty will always trump technical leads that are short term. We have a mandate to build. It is not an option whether we want to build in these technologies. AI is a technology that has impact on every single aspect of human life. And it's a core technology that a country like India must understand from the foundational level. Otherwise, we will become a digital colony, which is dependent on other countries for this core technology. That's something that is, it's not an option. It is something that we must do. And we have unique advantages. And our unique advantage is actually our diversity. We have so many languages. We have 22 official languages. And in fact, you know, the way people speak in our country changes every 50 kilometers. And that diversity must be captured if we have to understand the voice of the people. And therefore, if we build AI from India, it must uh, acknowledge that diversity and do this. The other thing, of course, is we are a huge economy. There is demand. And if AI is there to help the citizen to do everything, we can be one of the largest consumers of AI in the world. And that demand is there. And then we have to build. We know that we are a cost conscious country, right? Everything needs to be at the lowest cost. So we need to build efficient AI that actually can be delivered at scale for the people so that the last person in the country can actually have a better experience, right? Today, if you look at UPI, one of the great success stories of the past decade. And if you look, it is for the first time we feel that in India, things can be better than everywhere else in the world. But AI done the right way can make sure that every service to citizens actually is the best and the cheapest and actually done in the best possible way for the country. And that's the promise of AI. And that's why we said we need to do this in India. And I think it's not about, I mean, we have companies which have, globally, when you look at AI companies, they are massive companies. But in the end, we have to show a new model where we can actually build AI which helps everyone. And then we can win for the people, and our model can be adopted in the world. And that is my belief of where we need to go on this thing. So Sarvam has been building India's full stack sovereign AI platform. And we work with developers. Fundamentally, India is a country of developers. We have more developers and we work with enterprises and we work with governments. And I think and we have a full stack platform, which I'll talk about. In fact, the full stack platform consists of three different things. One is models. We need models that are built in India. And that is the key thing, and that's what we'll focus on, sovereignty on models. And then we are focusing on applications. Applications is AI for everyday tasks, for making things better for people. And finally, we'll talk about infrastructure and infrastructure at India scale. The first thing I want to talk about are sovereign models. The rule number one is they are built from scratch. They are not dependent on any other model that is there in the world. They are built from scratch. There is no data dependency on anyone else. But at the same time, the focus is these are world-class, state-of-the-art models that we have. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some of our models. The first model is actually the SARAS model, which is actually the speech model which helps recognize speech in Indian languages. This is natively multilingual. It's supporting all the 22 languages. It actually supports real-time streaming and complex speaker diarizations. In fact, if you see, this is actually best in class in Indian languages compared to any other global model in terms of that's something to say that these are extremely small models, but these are models which have been trained with significant amounts of Indian diverse data, which will actually lead to better performance on Indian voices. So let me just take an iconic moment in India diarized using our model. Oh, sorry. Okay, I don't think I can make this happen. Okay. Is audio is not playing? Maybe we'll come back to this and
Here we have a majestic liftoff of LVM-3 M4 rocket carrying India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 spacecraft.
P2 tracking, प्रज्वलन और सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन LVM-3 M4 रॉकेट का यह भीमकाय रॉकेट आसमान को चीरते हुए अपनी भयानक दहाड़ से चारों ओर कंपन उत्पन्न कर रहा है, जिसे हम यहाँ महसूस कर सकते हैं, और यही दहाड़ है जो वैज्ञानिकों को रोमांचित करती है.
so then, of course, we move on from speech recognition to actually speech synthesis. We want to create models which are naturally expressive Indian voices, and they have low latency streaming and actually production grade quality. So in fact, our models, our speech to text models are considered in blind tests are actually the most preferred voices in Indian languages. And this is something compared to all the global competitors, such as 11 Labs and Cartesia, etc. And we have actually the most preferred text-to-speech model in the country. We also have a dubbing capability, which actually preserves the speaker modality and has precise control over duration and supports mixed language things. So I will show you, in fact, in this model as well, we see compared to any other model in the world, we are the most preferred as far as dubbing is concerned. I'll show a small snippet of what happens here.
Then we have the remaining 13 bits, in which the 12th bit is called the small a bit. Then the remaining 6 bits are compute bits. These 3 are the destination bit and these are the jump bits. फिर हमारे पास बाकी के 13 बिट्स हैं, जिसमें 12वां बिट स्मॉल ए बिट कहलाता है. फिर बाकी के 6 बिट्स कंप्यूट बिट्स हैं. ये 3 डेस्टिनेशन बिट हैं और ये जंप बिट्स. அதன் பிறகு நம் மீதமுள்ள 13 பிட்ஸ் உள்ளன. அதில் 12வது பிட் ஸ்மால் ஏ பிட் என்று அழைக்கப்படுகிறது. அதன் பிறகு மீதமுள்ள 6 பிட்ஸ் கம்ப்யூட் பிட்ஸ். இந்த 3 டெஸ்டினேஷன் பிட் மற்றும் இவை ஜம்ப்.
Space model, which beats all other models in the world, not just in Indian languages, but in English as well. So therefore it shows, and many of these models are many orders of magnitude bigger than our models, and still we are able to get world-class performance from them. Of course, in Indian languages, we are far and away ahead of the models that are there from the global competitors. Now we come talk about some of the LLMs. We have actually, India has started the training of LLMs from scratch. And this was done through a grant from the India AI mission that actually without which it would not have been possible for us to train these kinds of models through a GPU grant. In fact, it is a context. It's a model which is an extremely small model which can run on a single GPU, and it has a 32K context length, and is trained on 16 trillion tokens, and it's extremely efficient thinking, which actually gives better answers with lower. And the focus of this model is actually real-time conversational applications that people will be able to, it will be able to generate conversations in all the Indian languages in a real-time system. And some of the benchmarks show, compared to models, global models of similar size, such as Qwen30B or GPT-OSS, it is far superior in the ability in terms of various parameters, such as fluency, language and script, and usefulness and conciseness. So that the important thing is that this is able to, at the size, it is again a global best. And then we'll come finally to our largest model, which is a 105 billion parameter model. This is the largest LLM that has trained from scratch in the country. And it is basically better, on par with most open source and closed source models of its class. And it can handle various kinds of complex reasoning tasks, as well as web searching and things like. So it's actually a fairly complex, fairly advanced model, which again works in all Indian languages. From a benchmark perspective, these models, again, compared to things like GPT-OSS 120 billion, as well as Gemini Flash, is actually superior in terms of the kinds of outputs it can generate. So therefore, this is really an example. While this is quite a small model, it is really, just to give you an idea, last year, we had DeepSeek R1, which was actually was launched, and that was 670 billion parameters. The numbers that we are getting are actually superior to what DeepSeek R1 had last year. Of course, the state of the art has also improved, but the goal is we can show that India can build these things. And I want this, the most important thing that I want people to understand is, just because, and I think that I would love that not just us, but many other people come and show that we can actually build world-class models from India, because that is the fact. And these models was built with a team of just 15 young people. And really, it's the game of the youth of India that have actually made this model what it is. I'm just the spokesperson. These young kids have actually made something like this happen. And if these kids can do it, we have so much talent in the country. And I think I'm very positive about, given the right kind of support in the way that we have been given, that much bigger things can happen. Now, moving beyond our models, we actually want these models to become useful. And so therefore we build applications. And I'll talk very briefly about the kinds of applications that we build with that. So in fact, we have an ability to actually converse, and this is a real-time voice conversation that happens. We do more than 1 million minutes of voice conversation in 11 Indian languages every day using Sarvam. So these models are actually being used to build things. So these models, which have been trained fully in our control, are actually now being used for conversations in across enterprises, and across enterprises and government use cases. In fact, in the last month, we actually took about 20 NGOs actually did 1 crore minutes of calling within a month, and to really understand ki zamini hakikat kya hai and what people actually are saying at the ground. We actually have ways by which we can make this available for work tasks and enterprise tasks. And we also have the ability to do this for content, which is digitizing books, translating books, dubbing videos. These are all studio products that we have. And I think finally, I want to end with infrastructure. We actually are doing many interesting things. We are making our models smaller to work on the edge, to work on phones. We're actually, many of you may have heard that we have also launched some of these glasses so that we are able to have these models run on different form factors and capture the intelligence, capture the voice of India at every point in there. And finally, for these things to work, you need to have compute at a large scale and the ability to actually very efficiently deliver all these models to India at India scale, at India costs. Finally, we are, of course, trusted by many leading enterprises, and we also work with many government agencies. And I think the story of Sarvam is just beginning. And I think it comes back to India can. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raghavan, for all your views, explaining to us what सर्वम is all about. एक बात तो स्पष्ट है कि हम भारतीयों की ज़रूरतों और भाषाओं और संस्कृति के लिहाज से अगर हम देखें तो सर्वम जैसे मॉडल्स, एआई मॉडल्स हम सब के लिए बहुत बहुत ज़रूरी भी हैं, आवश्यक भी हैं, और इसीलिए भारत जैन, सर्वम, ज्ञानी, ये तमाम वो मॉडल्स हैं जिनको देखकर आज हम गर्व की अनुभूति करते हैं, क्योंकि आने वाले वक्त में ये सब हमारे जीवन को और आसान बना सकते हैं. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker is from one of Silicon Valley's most influential venture capital firms, General Catalyst. And he has been among the most vocal advocates for what he calls responsible innovation, the idea that companies building the future also bear the greatest responsibility for its consequences. And well, I must say that his perspective bridges the worlds of capital and conscience. Please welcome the CEO of General Catalyst, Mr. Hemant Taneja.
Good afternoon. Let me just start by thanking Shri Prime Minister Modi ji for getting all the AI thought leaders together in this world and delivering the message around making sure we shape AI for human centricity, for human empowerment. I think that's a really important design principle, and stepping up and embracing that and enforcing that as a world leader is exactly what we need today as we work on embedding AI into our society. So the biggest opportunity in capitalism today is what I call global resilience. If you think about the last 5-7 years, we have gone through so much on the planet. We've had a pandemic, we've had wars, we have been learning how to embrace artificial intelligence as an enormous technological shift. Many interesting shocks that have happened to us over the last several years. And the answer to embracing sort of resiliency and delivering transformation is actually artificial intelligence. That is the answer for actually driving what I call national resilience in all the key industries, whether it's healthcare, whether it's deterrence in defense, whether it's scaling of the energy infrastructure so we can deploy AI. All of those capabilities they present enormous opportunity, and artificial intelligence is the answer for all of them. It's India's time to lead when it comes to delivering national resilience. It's the strongest growth market in the world. And as we have learned over the last few years, when you think about diffusion of AI, growth is an enormous lever for it, because it creates opportunity to embrace new technologies and new solutions. The other thing that's really interesting is because AI is deflationary by nature, it matches well to what's required to uplift the opportunities here in India. Solving for needs in healthcare and education and other parts of what we deliver to society at large, with the complexity of over 1 billion people, that is, if we can go solve that, you're going to go solve the problems for the entire planet. So I do think India's got all the dynamics going for it to lead in using AI to transform different industries. The other thing I would say is the way I expect India to deliver these transformations by leapfrogging. If you go back to the digital infrastructure revolution in India and what we saw with UPI and Aadhaar, the opportunity to completely rethink what the paradigms are going to be in these other industries is what lies ahead. India, it has a lot of things going for it when it comes to resiliency and being able to deploy AI. First of all, you've got increasing investment in infrastructure. We saw that over the last couple of days. There's a lot of infrastructure investment. There's work being done around open source. I think the US-India corridor is incredibly interesting. The Pax Silica announcement today was an important one. We need to make sure the innovation flows fluidly between US, India, Europe, across all parts of the Western world so that AI can thrive in the democratic world. That is where we want to see this technology come to scale. And it's got a young demographic. It's got a lot of potential in terms of being able to deploy a lot of these capabilities. One topic that is very much top of mind for me is there's this narrative that artificial intelligence can take the jobs of young people, and we need to slow down progress. And my biggest advice on India's leadership in AI is to reject that narrative and lean into it. I think everybody entering the workforce, and there's a million Indians that enter the workforce every month, everybody that enters the workforce should be fully empowered with AI. Because if you have that kind of productivity behind every single human being entering the workforce, imagine the productivity we create in every company, in every industry, and how it's going to unleash the opportunity in the world. Um, the the way India is going to lead in artificial intelligence, from my perspective, is through entrepreneurship. Ultimately, startups are the most important institutions of the future. We're rebuilding every core pillar of society with new businesses. And India's got an enormous talent pool. So many of you came in for the AI summit, and we are actively building companies here with many of the entrepreneurs. I think just watching businesses like Zepto and Rafi and Policy Bazaar Health and others that are transforming these industries, we have great confidence that the Indian entrepreneurs are going to build the next generation companies that don't not only drive abundance and resilience here in India, but are going to be positioned to be the global leaders in different markets. So to that end, one of the announcements that I made in our roundtable with Prime Minister Modi yesterday was that we're increasing our investment. We're going to be investing $5 billion over the next 5 years in the Indian entrepreneurial ecosystem. It's the largest of its kind, and thank you. And it comes from a deep belief that Indian entrepreneurs are going to create some of the most interesting companies of the next generation. So come build with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hemant Taneja, for your valuable remarks, ladies and gentlemen. Now we move to a conversation about how artificial intelligence needs to be positioned in the global context. And we have very elite panelists for this session. Ms. Kristalina Georgieva, the Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, from macroeconomic stability to digital transformation, she's been a leading voice on how AI will reshape the global economic order and what policymakers must do to ensure that its benefits are widely shared. Ms. Joanna Hill, the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization, bringing the trade perspective to a technology that is redrawing the boundaries of comparative advantage. Ms. Josephine Teo, the Minister of Digital Development and Information for Singapore, a nation that has become a global benchmark for how governments can integrate AI into public services. And this conversation will be moderated by Mr. Mariano Florentino Cuellar, President of the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace. So we have a very elite set of panelists who are going to join us on this panel discussion, which is titled AI Needs to be Positioned in the Global Context. May I please invite our panelists to please join us on stage? So over to you, Mr. Cuellar.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing, AI Summits? Let me try that again. Hello, Delhi. Thank you. Much better. It is not every day that we have the pleasure of having such a distinguished panel of international leaders. And I want to start by making three observations only, as special observations for those of you who have chosen to be with us this afternoon. You could be anywhere in this complex, anywhere in the city, and you're right here with us. The first is about the role of technology and science and global ties in making the world better. For those of you who are younger than me, which is most of you in the audience, you will live longer than my generation because of global ties, commerce, science, and technology. In 1950, when India was a young nation, global life expectancy was 47 years. Now it's closer to 73 years. But at the same time, the second point is that the world that we are navigating today is fragmented. That set of global ties, diffusing science and technology, advancing global understanding and cooperation is a lot harder now than it was even 5 or 10 years ago. And everybody who's been on this stage has been alluding to that in some way, that reality. The third point is that the use and development of AI will have an effect on those ties and on that prosperity in all likelihood. But there are divergences, different paths around AI. Some countries are using it more, some less. Some countries play a certain very developed role in the tech stack and others less. To talk about these issues, I cannot imagine a better panel. It's not every day, as I said, that we have the managing director of the IMF, the deputy director general of the World Trade Organization, and the minister for information and digital development from Singapore. So I'm going to start with a question for managing director Gorgieva. And the question is, all this discussion about artificial intelligence at the frontier, what do you see as the greatest possibilities and the greatest risks?
Uh, Thank you very much. Namaste.
Namaste.
Uh, AI is an incredibly transformative, we know. And the question is, what does it do for the world economy? Uh, we did some research, and here is the answer. Based on what we know, AI can lift up global growth by almost a percentage point. We say 0.8%. What does that mean? It would mean that the world would grow faster than it did before the COVID pandemic. And that is fantastic for creating more opportunities, more jobs. This is the magnitude that we see for India. And it would mean that India's Viksit Bharat is achievable. It also means that the world risks to be even further diverse. The accordion of opportunities may open even more from countries that do well to those who fall behind. Actually, what we see is the potential for countries that go fast on digital infrastructure, on skills, on adoption of AI, that they can do twice as well as those that don't. So what is our main reason to be here at the AI Summit in Delhi? To embrace India's proposition of democratizing AI, making sure that experience in India can then be passed to other countries, especially countries in the developing world, to make diffusion, to make adoption of AI the main priority, and do it with focus on people, on improving the opportunities, the livelihoods of people. I am very optimistic about AI. I am also not naive. It brings significant risks. First, it brings the risk of making countries and the world less fair. Some have it and others don't. Second, it brings the risk of displacement of jobs with no good thinking about how to help people find their place in the new AI economy. we calculated this risk as very high. We actually see the impact of AI on the labor market like a tsunami hitting it. Globally, 40% of jobs will be affected by AI, some enhanced, others eliminated. In emerging markets, 40%, but in advanced economies, 60%. And that is happening over a relatively short period of time. And the third risk we at the IMF worry a lot about is financial stability risk. Could AI get loose and create havoc on financial markets? But on balance, my appeal to all of us is embrace the opportunities, be mindful of the risks and manage them well. And above all, make sure that as the spirit here is that AI is for the well-being of everybody everywhere.
Thank you. And what we're going to do, we're going to come right back to these questions in a minute, but I want to bring in the Deputy Director General of the World Trade Organization into the conversation. I want to ask you, picking up exactly where Managing Director Georgieva was going, the interest in democratizing the technology, having more countries be closer to the frontier. For more than a generation, as you know, we have been having arguments about trade globally and about whether trade helps reduce the gap in well-being between countries or actually pulls them apart even more. And given all that experience, I wonder what role you think the international trading system has in dealing with potential inequities in access to AI and the development of AI.
Thank you so much for the invitation to be here. Definitely, we see that trade can help the diffusion of AI to those that most need it. And we also think that AI can help trade and can help lower income and middle income economies really progress through trade. Now, we do see that AI is really shifting what we think of as comparative advantage to those economies that are more strong in capital, data, and in computing power. And therefore, the countries that are more labor intensive feel more at risk. At the same time, we also see important opportunities for these same countries. Of course, with all the caveats that we've been speaking about, the importance of investing in skills and regulations and in infrastructure, digital infrastructure, incredibly important. Our research suggests that by the year 2040, trade growth could be almost growing by 40%. So that we see really important opportunities and for the middle and lower income economies. And trade is already working well in that way. Our trade agreements, the world trading system is set up so that goods trade and services trade can develop with AI. But there are some areas where they're still too new and still too nuanced, and we still have to wait and see how that will develop and how the system has to accommodate.
Minister Teo, as that system evolves and we deal with this emerging, not even emerging anymore, emerged technology, uh, we talk about how much it's going to affect countries large and small. You are playing a critical role, and I know you're playing a critical role because I see you at every single AI summit in the world. It's amazing. But how are countries like Singapore in a position to navigate this tsunami, these changes? And what, in particular, what do you think we can learn from Singapore's strategy, as I see it, of being at the forefront here on AI governance, the Model AI Governance Plan, for example, but also navigating a world that some people see as balkanized between China and the United States around the technology stack?
Thank you very much, Tino. That's a lot of questions packed into one. I'll do my best to address them. I think embedded in what you're saying is that there is the risk of technology decoupling. And what does a small state do in this kind of context? And how do we navigate the big power contestation? The way we think about it is that for Singapore, it's very important for us to maintain this ability to operate as a trusted node. Trusted node means that, well, we can trust you with our technology. So your companies, your people can continue to access these whatever is the most sophisticated, because they will not be abused, and the risk of them being misused is also minimized. The question, however, is how do we remain trusted? And I think the only way to do so is if we act in a consistent and principled way. And being consistent and principle is uh, not a matter of size. And Singapore is not the only small state that has a good track record of holding this discipline. We are consistent in being pro Singapore. And sometimes our choices may align with this country or that country. Sometimes they will align with many countries. Sometimes they only align with a few countries. But they always align with our own interests. In technology choice, for example, uh, 5G, we are always operating on the basis of principles. Number one, that these are commercial decisions that have to be undertaken by the operators of the mobile networks, and they have to decide on the basis of what works for them in terms of performance, in terms of security, in terms of resilience, keeping in mind what are all the rules that are in place in our context. So those are the broad directions in which we operate in, and and it's not easy, but it's a path that has served us well.
And I note that among the many things that Singapore, I think, has contributed to the discussion of AI globally, in addition to being a trusted node and connecting different countries, there's also the role Singapore and the region of Southeast Asia plays in all this, because Southeast Asia is such a region of such diversity and importance globally. And I want to come back in a minute to the question of how we might imagine Southeast Asia evolving as almost a laboratory for some of the issues we're talking about. But first, I want to go back to Kristalina, if I may, and ask you about, it was clear in your earlier remarks that you see enormous possibilities for AI, but you also acknowledge candidly something that maybe not every speaker has acknowledged, which is along with that opportunity will probably come some disruption, some real policy difficulties in some countries that are experiencing rapid changes in the labor market. The question then is how we might develop the right strategy so that the productivity gains that the world can experience would actually translate into shared prosperity. What do you think we can do on that score?
The first thing we ought to do is to carefully observe what is actually happening and then project what are the implications for policymakers. At the fund, we did a very interesting piece of research in the United States assessing how much AI is affecting already the labor market. And we found out that 1 in 10 jobs already requires additional skills. And for those who have these skills, the job pays better. Now, with money in their pocket, people then go and buy more local services. They go to restaurants, to entertainment. That creates demand for low-skilled jobs. And to our surprise, the total impact on employment in the aggregate is positive. 1 job with AI, 1.3 jobs in total employment. But what does that mean? It means that a smaller segment of people get higher opportunities. A larger segment, yes, they can have jobs, but jobs that are on the lower end of the pay scale. And the most problematic is the fate of those squeezed in the middle. Their jobs don't change. In relative terms, they pay less, and some of these jobs disappear. What concerns us the most is that jobs that disappear tend to be entry-level jobs. They are routine and they are easily automated. So if you are in this place of the labor market that is easily automated, of course, that creates a risk for you. Now, once, obviously, we will continue to work with countries to understand what is happening and then how do we project it for policies for the future. I would make three conclusions so far, and of course we have to be agile in how we look at AI. The first one is education has to be revamped for a new world. People have to learn, not to learn specific skills so much. And there has to be, second, there has to be support for those who, if they're a big chunk in a particular local economy, and this labor market is changing dramatically, there has to be social protection, social support, so they don't feel like what happened with the industrial workers in the United States when their jobs were exported overseas. And three, it is very important that we look at the overall enabling environment. Why in some places AI makes it faster and in others it doesn't? And what we find is not very surprising. Some parts of the economy, some parts of society are naturally better positioned because they have digital infrastructure in place. They are already in the digital world, because there is more demand for entrepreneurship. Somebody spoke about it, and entrepreneurship is more dominant. And I think it is important for the world to be very attentive to what works, what doesn't work, and not sugarcoat the picture, because if we do, we would end up where we ended up with globalization, people revolting against it despite all the benefits it brings, because yes, the world as a whole benefited, but some communities were devastated. And the world did not pay attention to these communities in a timely manner. So that is my conclusion so far, and I know that I am very mindful that we are going to learn much more. At the fund, we are trying to see how are countries positioned. Some countries actually have more demand for AI skills than supply. Some countries have more supply of AI skills than demand, and some have neither. So we have to work on multiple fronts, and we have to work based on concrete assessment of conditions in countries and localities in countries. I want to finish with a message to the Indian friends here in the audience. You're very fortunate that your country invested in public digital infrastructure. So this condition for AI, check. You're very fortunate because your country is removing actively barriers to entrepreneurship. And on that count, we say, check. And you're super fortunate to have youthful, energetic, innovative population that is embracing AI. So what do we say? Check. So all the very best.
This is terrific. Minister
I
Teo.
agree with the managing director more, if I may be allowed to chime in.
Yes, please.
I think sometimes there is a desire, a tendency to want to think of ways of regulating AI in order to slow down its advance, and perhaps, to try and forestall the risk. I'm not underestimating the need. For example, in making sure that there are guardrails on AI safety. I just want to say that those are important. But to over expect AI regulations to deliver on the other important issues, such as the potential for greater social inequality, I think it is unrealistic. The way to deal about the way to deal with it is to look at what other methods there must be to strengthen social solidarity. For example, what provisions do we put in place to help people to move from one job to the next? What provisions do we put in place to ensure that even people who don't earn a lot have the prospect of owning their own homes, access to good health care, educating their children to a very high level? I think these are the other things, and you cannot run away from those conversations just by expecting regulations to solve the problem.
So what I'm hearing you both say in a way is that it would be a very silly thing if we tried to solve healthcare problems just by regulating pharmaceuticals.
You're
That would be a
putting it
very
better than
poor
we did.
fit, right? At the same time, you recognize that, certain products that are sold, it's good for them to be safe. And in fact, safety, trust, security can make them even more easy to diffuse. But I think what a very important takeaway from both of you is that the entire spectrum of tools that a society has to build social cohesion are going to be important in the transition to a more AI driven economy. And we shouldn't ignore them, but we shouldn't put just the focus on what we can do by making models built in a certain way. And I'd love for you to chime in because trade has come up already, just even in the last like 47 seconds, a whole bunch of
Actually,
times.
yes. We put out a report last year that looks at this issue exactly in that way. We look at the opportunities that I talked about of AI in the future, not only for the advanced countries, but developing and lower income. But we also look at the need for national policies for that to actually happen and to help transition. And so we look at issues around competition policy, around labor force, around skills development, around education. And to do that, the World Trading System cannot do it alone. We need to partner at our level with international organizations and at the national level with the appropriate authorities and the private sector in order to have that holistic approach. I would say lesson learned from past experiences, and we definitely want to apply those lessons to this new one.
So we have about 4 minutes left, and I have a last question for you all. Imagine yourselves in the future, looking back at the past, maybe 15 years in the future. And at that point, you're being interviewed on the same stage here in India, and you're saying it's been a very good thing to see how well the world has handled its relationship with this emerging technology of AI. And it's turned out very well because blank. And I want you to mention one thing that you think in particular would have been so critical to make that transition well. You've all mentioned a bunch of things, but I'm interested in the main, most important takeaway that you'd like to leave the audience with.
For me, that one word is trust. In 15 years, if we went and asked citizens in all the countries where AI is being deployed widely, do you trust this technology? If their answer is no, then I believe that we must have failed in some way. If they believe that this technology has been implemented in a way that didn't rob them of a livelihood, that didn't rob them of, being totally misinformed about the world, didn't rob them of, being able to carry out their lives in a safe and secure manner. It didn't destroy families. I think if they can still say that this is a technology that can work reasonably well if you put in place the safeguards, I think we would have come a long way.
Deputy Director.
An appreciation for what the World Trading System can and is delivering. When I think about it, last year it turned 30 years that the WTO was born. And down the road at CERN, the World Wide Web was being created by scientists that wanted to collaborate. And that architecture, which is technology neutral, allowed for those developments of the digital economy to come through. And how much of that architecture can serve us for this new wave? And then concentrate on those areas that are still needing to be worked on by collaboration, by cooperation, and focus on those. Trading with trust, trading with safety, and then appreciating and using what we already have to deliver.
Managing Director.
Well, in 15 years, if my life expectancy has grown by another 50 years, I would say, great, we are successful. But on a serious note, I think to me, the most important factor, it goes a bit in the trust area, is the ethical foundation of AI. Whether we would manage to put AI on the foundation of force for good, or we leave space for AI to be force for evil. And that balance is not easy one. When I look at progress so far, we have done much more on the technical side of AI and much less on building that strong ethical foundation and putting guardrails that are not restricting innovation, but are protecting us from AI for bad.
I will make
I still want my 50 years extra life.
one closing observation to just reinforce my appreciation to the three of you and the work we do. in the weeks immediately after the release of ChatGPT, which seems like 20 years ago, but it was not that long ago, there was talk about the need for an international atomic energy agency for AI or a new international agency or treaty. We don't talk about that anymore. And I think in some ways it's an appropriate and mature recognition that we already have a set of institutions and mechanisms in place to deal with a set of emerging challenges. I think it's also a recognition that many individual countries have to do their part to create social cohesion and manage this exchange and this transformation effectively. But I would ask that this audience recognize that all three of our remarkable leaders here on the stage also reflect another reality, which is that even if sovereignty is important and even if individual countries have to have their own priorities, the challenge of how we best live with the technology we have created is truly a global one. It's not an individual country one. And the conversation we're having today is an example of how we can learn from each other and find the right solutions. Thank you and namaste.
I extend sincere gratitude to all our esteemed panelists for their valuable insights. And also, thank you so much, Mr. Kwayar, for steering this conversation so seamlessly, ladies and gentlemen. I must also thank Ms. Georgieva for giving all those checks to India, highlighting our strength so that we can also move forward and adopt and adapt to artificial intelligence. And this is an important part of the whole program where we have this photo op. That's the high point of every conversation, a moment of pride, creating memories. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Georgieva. Thank you, Ms. Johanna Hill. And thank you, Ms. Josephine Teo. Thank you, Ms. Kwayar, for playing your part and contributing to this panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on. Our next keynote speaker is one of India's most pioneering entrepreneurs, Ms. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, who has built Biocon from a garage startup into one of the country's most successful biotechnology companies. Her perspective on how artificial intelligence is transforming drug discovery, healthcare delivery, and the life sciences is grounded in decades of building at the frontier of science and business. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Kiran Mazumdar Shaw, Chairperson, Biocon Group.
Where is the Good afternoon, and let me say how delighted I am to be a part of this wonderful summit, the Impact AI Summit that India is launching and hosting for the first time, which I think heralds a big signal that we are part of the AI journey that the world is on. I've basically taken off from where the last panel talked about sovereignty, and I thought I should talk about why India must build biotech sovereignty that is embedded in AI. And let me start with this first slide that basically says that if the 20th century was defined by the internet and the early 21st century by digital sovereignty, which was all about data being the new oil and the new fuel, the coming decades, I believe, will be shaped by biotech sovereignty that is embedded in AI. I believe that nations that command the convergence of biology and AI or what I like to call the convergence of biological intelligence and artificial intelligence, will define the future of healthcare, food security, education, biomanufacturing, sustainability, biosecurity, and much more. For India, this is not merely a cutting edge opportunity, it is a strategic and geopolitical imperative. Now, let me really touch upon what I mean by biological intelligence. Living systems are the original intelligent machines. And why do I say this? Because biological intelligence has evolved and has been built over 3.8 billion years. It is different in the way it learns, memorizes, builds, and processes information from multimodal signals and circuits. Cells sense, they compute, and they respond through intricate signaling networks. They also then interface with gene regulation and genes regulatory circuits and immune memory. These systems operate within inbuilt biological guardrails, which focus on feedback loops and control mechanisms that maintain what we refer to as homeostasis or health equilibrium. Disease arises when these guardrails fail. So, when we talk about ethics, when we talk about governance, living systems have an inbuilt sense of guardrails and governance, which is about keeping you healthy, which is about homeostasis, which is a wonderful way of making sure that it compensates, it repairs, and makes sure that you can still live in a as healthy a way as possible. And to illustrate this, let's look at the way our immune system responds to pathogens. The immune system responds through immunological ammunition like cytokines, antibodies, and killer T cells. It also memorizes the identity of the pathogen in memory T cells and B cells. And years later, when the pathogen reinvades, the memory cells rapidly retrieve this information and translate it into instant action. This is the marvels of biology in the way it receives information, processes information, stores information, retrieves information, and acts. And the inference of all this information is done at speed and with energy efficiency that we can't even imagine. We don't need those gigawatts of data centers. We have distributed data centers that take sips of energy when it needs to use it. Our brain, which is the biggest supercomputer known to man, does this so efficiently that we need to understand how biology works. Another great thought provoking example of biological intelligence is the migration of the Arctic tern. This little bird, that is the size of a tennis ball, takes undertakes a 70,000-kilometer journey between the Arctic, the Antarctic, and back with no prior knowledge, with no older bird to guide it. And yet it does it with astonishing precision and speed. How does it do it? This is about navigational intelligence embedded in its DNA. AI, by contrast, learns from data to optimize decisions at machine scale. So, therefore, the true inflection point lies at their intersection. AI powered biology, from protein structure prediction and generative drug design to digital twins of cells and organs. AI is compressing discovery timelines and reducing development risk. And therefore, I believe that the next frontier is even more profound: the reprogramming of cells themselves to restore biological balance. But for this, we need to understand how biological intelligence operates. Imagine reprogramming cancer cells into non malignant cells. Imagine repairing bone tissue that is damaged and irreparable. Biological intelligence is built on an intricate network of cell signaling, gene regulation, and immune memory that works symbiotically, as I mentioned, to maintain homeostasis. Now, if we now come to what I've just spoken about, which is reprogramming and re engineering, we are moving from static one size fits all drugs to programmable biology, which is the new frontier. We need to learn how biology learns, stores data, retrieves, and processes data in such an agile and energy efficient way. Once we understand the computational models of living systems, we can use AI to accelerate with predictive precision the most advanced present day therapies. Today, we are all excited about personalized CAR T therapies that basically eliminate tumors with precision, autoimmune disease interventions that recalibrate immune tolerance rather than broadly suppressing immunity. And then the most exciting part of longevity and health span. These are areas where we must understand how senescence is modulated, metabolic pathways of aging are created, and cellular repair mechanisms to delay biological aging and restore tissue resilience happens. If we understand all this, as the last speaker said, we may be able to live for another 50 years and more. Crucially, these approaches seek not to overpower biology, but to reinforce its inbuilt guardrails or regulatory circuits which focus on repair, feedback control, and immune surveillance. AI can map these regulatory circuits at scale, enabling targeted interventions that preserve homeostasis. That is the excitement of new science led by AI, new biology led by AI. This represents a paradigm shift from managing disease to re engineering biological systems to sustain equilibrium. So, India's future health security will depend on how optimally we combine the code of life and the code of intelligence. If foundational AI models for drug discovery, genomics, cellular engineering, and clinical decision making are owned offshore, India risks strategic dependence in the most critical domain of national resilience, which is human health. Biotech sovereignty embedded in AI must therefore mean sovereign control over trusted biological data, indigenous AI models, computing infrastructure, and translational platforms from discovery and development to manufacturing and delivery. This is essential not only for economic competitiveness, but also for preparedness against pandemics, antimicrobial resistance, and emerging new biothreats. Now, I really believe this is a very important aspect of what AI can do for biotech and the economy. AI alone will not create economic opportunities, but the delivery of AI through in our field through manufacturing and products will do that. India's global role must evolve from being the pharmacy of the world to becoming the biotech platform of the world, a nation that offers AI native discovery engines, programmable therapy platforms, and scalable biomanufacturing as global public goods. And this requires embedding AI across the biotech value chain. When it comes to discovery, we need to develop foundation models for proteins, RNA, cellular circuits, and systems biology. When it comes to development, I think there are huge opportunities to develop in silico trials, digital twins, and AI driven trial design to really de risk the success of pipelines and probability of success. When it comes to manufacturing, smart biomanufacturing using AI for yield optimization and, most importantly, quality by design is going to be a great opportunity for all of us. Now, when it comes to regulation, it has to be a science first approach, tech enabled regulatory pathways, integrating real world evidence through AI validation. I think that's going to be a huge opportunity which we must do right now. What is important is for regulations to keep up with technology. If we compress timelines of discovery and development to a fraction of what it happens today, and if regulatory speed does not keep up with it, then we miss out on a huge lost opportunity. So working in tandem, working in synchronization is the need of the hour. This transformation cannot be driven by industry alone. It demands a triple helix of government, academia, and industry. Government must invest in sovereign AI bio infrastructure, trusted data architectures, regulatory sandboxes, and mission mode programs in cell and gene therapy, immuno-oncology, and longevity science. Academia must mainstream computational biology, neurosymbolic AI, and AI first life sciences education to build a new cadre of translational scientists. Industry must co create shared platforms, translational pipelines, and globally benchmarked biomanufacturing clusters that convert science into scale. Capital markets must also evolve to support long cycle, high risk biotech innovation that is so rampant in startups in our country. Deep science requires patient capital, but the societal and economic returns from reduced disease burden to global platform leadership are exponential. Now, coming to ethics, trust, and global leadership. Sovereignty is not isolation. India must build ethical, transparent, energy efficient, and bias aware AI systems for biology that are globally interoperable yet rooted in public interest. And I think this is the unique model India can create. By embedding principles of equity, affordability, and access into AI driven, yeah, I'm good. AI driven biotech, India can offer the world a new model of innovation, combining technological leadership with social purpose. For India, biotech sovereignty embedded in AI is not a sectoral ambition. It is a foundation of health security, strategic autonomy, and economic resilience. Those who master the language of life, augmented by the language of machines, will shape the future of humanity. India has the science, the AI, and life sciences talent, the scale, and the values to lead, provided it builds the sovereign platforms of tomorrow today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Shaw. It was a pleasure listening to you. And you actually added a new dimension to our understanding of artificial intelligence and helped us understand how code of biology and code of intelligence, artificial intelligence, if they work together, they can give us solutions to so many of our health problems as well. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it's my pleasure to invite our next speaker, Mr. Giordano Albertazzi, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Vertiv, a global company that provides digital infrastructure solutions for data centers, communication networks. Under his leadership, Vertiv is advancing its role as a global industry leader by accelerating innovation, strengthening technology leadership, and enabling the digital infrastructure that powers critical applications worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Giordano Albertazzi.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The clicker. Oh yeah, here. Better with the clicker. Good afternoon, everyone. And it's absolutely a pleasure and an honor being on this stage where so many distinguished presenters in the last 2 days have had the opportunity to talk about AI. An astonishing thing to me is that the majority of the AI conversations, as it should be, are about what AI can do. Very interesting presentation just finished, tells about all the beautiful things that AI can do, and particularly what AI can do in here in India. But when we talk AI, we also talk about data centers. But let me go then to the physical part of AI, not just what AI can do for us. There is an important, very important physical part of AI that sometimes is overlooked, and it shouldn't, because it's that physical part that makes AI actually possible. So I'll talk about the physical part today. I will talk about the power, the cooling, the data center infrastructure. Vertiv and myself with Vertiv have been in the industry for decades. Well, Vertiv longer than me. It used to be part of Emerson Electric, and we are almost 10 years as an independent company, now publicly traded in New York. But what we do is really make sure that that physical part is provided with the best technology, the technology that supports the continuous evolution of the AI IT stack as those rapidly, almost exponentially, and I'm talking almost exponentially from a mathematical standpoint, evolve. And it's no easy task. A task that we do very well because we know the space a lot. We have a lot of innovation. But there are several dimensions to this. One is the extreme densification. Now, we all know what GPUs are. Probably 2 years ago, majority of people didn't have any clue about what a GPU is. But now, GPU, NVIDIA is absolutely central to everything, all the conversation about AI. Well, that phenomenal evolution from a technology standpoint is changing the DNA of a data center. What used to be a rack with IT inside, 10, 15, 20 kilowatt per rack, is rapidly becoming more dense and with more power and heat to dissipate in it. This is going to 30, 50, 150 kilowatts per rack, all the way in a possible future, 1 megawatt per rack. That's a lot of power in a single rack. The design of a data center is changing dramatically. As this design changes, of course, also the technology that supports it needs to change. But let me go back to AI, artificial intelligence. Let me go back to, and let me draw a parallel. Human intelligence. Human intelligence happens in the brain, but the brain doesn't survive without a body. What we do at Vertiv, make that body
provide the technology for that body so that the brain can function. And that brain is the IT stack. But not only that brain can function, but also can produce intelligence. And that's what an AI factory in AI data center is doing. But just like the body, historically, data centers and data center engineering was viewed as disparate systems coming together. Now, we cannot think about a human body or anybody as individual parts, a chiller, a liquid cooling unit, an uninterruptible power supply, or whatever else in the powertrain or thermal chain you can think of. Everything needs to be orchestrated. Everything needs to be interoperable. Everything must be thought of as one thing. And that's what we do in a world that is extraordinarily challenging, but it's a challenge that we, of course, respond to very successfully, challenging in terms of time of deployment and in terms of scale of deployment. Data centers need to be developed faster and faster and are becoming bigger and bigger. You heard that. It is about data centers. India is certainly privileged from an AI standpoint also because there is a lot of power available that can be harnessed for more and more powerful and larger data centers. Now, as that happens, again, if you go back to my analogy of the body, you think about a system, you think about everything that is the body of artificial intelligence, then it is about changing the way we build that body from one piece at a time with a lot of activity happening on site, laborious, hard from a quality standpoint, to most integrated at factory level and deployed. As NVIDIA continues to lead the world in terms of technology, in terms of IT stack, but also in terms of thought process for the infrastructure, and it's something that we do a lot together, well, then it is not just about the infrastructure and the speed and the size and the scale. It's also about optimizing the infrastructure with reference designs that exactly target that type of application. So we, of course, are thrilled and always honored to partner with NVIDIA in this adventure and venture and lead the market in this respect. So here you have an example of what we call one Vertiv, one core. There's an example of a fully pre-engineered, defined data center. But when we talk about the body of AI, the data center, then let's talk very simply. We talk about three fundamental elements of that body. One is the powertrain. So everything that goes from the grid, if you will, for your utility, takes that power all the way to the chip. That power infrastructure is changing, is evolving as the power density changes. And the current architectures are migrating towards, over time, what is an 800 volt DC power infrastructure. I'm going technical on you. Some of you I know are very technical, so I'm not afraid about that, but I will not go deep. So everything you see on the left side of this is exactly a representation of that powertrain. So bring the energy, take that energy to the chip. Then the chip and all the electronic components in a server generate heat. And that heat can be very dense and require very, very advanced cooling mechanisms. And that's the beginning of what we like to call the thermal chain that starts, and it's what you see on the right side of this chart, from the chip all the way to the heat extraction, the heat then rejection, or even more importantly, and more extensively so, is the heat reuse. So this is the system, the fundamental systems of this body. But again, it's not just about the components of the system, it's how the entire system works. And more we see that when we think about the AI IT infrastructure, what used to be thought of as a server at a time is becoming really an AI pod, an AI unit at a time. The unit of compute is no more the server, it is the pod. Unit of compute is not even the pod, it's in the entire data center operating as one single computer. A unit of compute that can go all the way to gigawatts. So it is about making sure, and I believe we do it very well, that I say uniquely well, but of course I root for ourselves. Uh, it is about making that infrastructure available at scale and in a very easy, modular to deploy fashion. And that's what we do. So a repeatable, converged, a converged infrastructure made of building blocks that can go from 12.5 megawatts all the way to gigawatts, all the way to gigawatts. So clearly it's not just about building that infrastructure, but that infrastructure over time needs to be, like we like to say, future resilient. Some people, like myself, have been in the industry of data center for quite some time, and it's fascinating the speed at which things happen. And this speed is also enabled by new solutions that make prefabricated and very fast to deploy part of data centers that used to be very, very laborious. Take a data hall, it's empty when the building is new. You have to fill it with power, with cooling, with cables. You have to put the racks. Very laborious and time consuming. Time to token is of the essence. A prefabrication, for example, with what we do with Verti Smart Run, reduces the time to deploy almost 85%, almost an order of magnitude. So the industry is changing, not only in scale and in density, but also in the way things are done and deployed. Let me take a different angle now and focus on India. India clearly central to the AI evolution revolution, and central certainly in terms of the infrastructure that is being built and the infrastructure that will be built in the future and in the coming years. This infrastructure and the speed at which this infrastructure will be built, of course, will depend, as I was saying, by the ability of the likes of Vertiv, but certainly Vertiv, given our prominent position also in India, to really enable this at scale and at speed in the ways that I explained. So Vertiv in India has a long tradition. We've been here for decades. We have what I believe is an awesome team and awesome partnerships. And now um, this forum, uh, this these sessions, these few days, convinced me even more of the importance of India as a place to invest. And invest we will. We are expanding our capacity and will continue to expand capacity. We see India certainly as an extremely promising market, as a hub for AI, not only for India, but globally. So it has got the power availability. Certainly, India has got the right demographics. So I couldn't be more excited about the business in India. I couldn't be more excited about what we're doing in India and what our partners are doing in India. So with that, I'm extremely optimistic. I'm a big optimist about what AI will bring, as we heard. And with that, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. El Batazi, for your impactful address and also for
Data centers have up until now been usually constructed in one of two ways. Traditional data center build follows a sequential process, materials and equipment arriving individually on site, with the build progressing from the ground up. Alternatively, prefabricated modular construction can offer many advantages, such as quicker deployments and risk reduction. Vertiv offers many solutions in this space. However, in the age of increasing IT loads powered by artificial intelligence, there's another option that combines the advantages of both. Vertiv One Core. Vertiv power and thermal infrastructure building blocks are inserted into a brand new Vertiv-supplied steel building shell, or an existing building. Infrastructure building blocks are made in controlled factory environments and tested before shipping to the site, where installation is quicker and easier compared to
Well, ladies and gentlemen, now we move to another panel discussion on a very consequential question of the AI era, which is the future of work. The employment is a big question which is being raised when we are adopting AI. And this panel, we have very elite panelists in this panel as well. We have Mr. Sanjeev Bikhchandani, who's the founder and executive vice chairman of InfoEdge. He has created Naukri.com, India's largest job platform. Mr. Deepak Bagla, who is the mission director of the Atal Innovation Mission, India's flagship initiative to foster a culture of innovation and entrepreneurship. Ms. Radhika Kapoor, the senior employment specialist with the International Labour Organization's Decent Work Team for South Asia. And we also have Mr. Prakash, I'm sorry. We also have Mr. Prashant Warrior, who is the CEO of Cure AI, which is the health AI company. And ladies and gentlemen, this is the most scaled health AI startup in the world today. May I please invite our panelists to please take their seats on the stage. And this panel is being moderated by Mr. Siddharth Madan, who is the managing director and partner at Boston Consulting Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our panelists.
Thank you. We're at a very defining moment in the history of work. On one end, we're seeing new possibilities, new productivity unlocks, new jobs being created. And on the other, there's a lot of growing anxiety around what would it mean and the kind of disruption it'll bring to work, especially the knowledge work, the white collar jobs, as they say. Let me start with Mr. Bagla. How should businesses and policymakers think about this transition?
It's very interesting. First, I don't think any of us have any answers. We will try. The fundamental point, and I remember when I joined banking, and I take you back to 1986, we went for training, and the first thing we were told that the only job which will never change and is stable and safe in the banking world is that of the teller. You have to go get your cash. The first job to go when digitization happened was the teller, because you started taking it out of the machine. Now, the challenge which remains for all of us is that we are entering into an era where there's no playbook. And what is it which it is going to move into? So we've got to put it into time spans if I look at it. What is going to happen in the next 5 years, 10 years, and then after that, no one knows. I think next 5 years is going to be one of the toughest times of disruption. How many of you have ever been laid off? Excellent. You're the only one ready for the next 10 years. That is the most important thing going forward. And I think one of the things which we are trying to do at the Atal Tinkering Labs, and my team here, Dipali is here, and with her, she's the one who's putting it. At the school level, we are trying to bring AI and tinkering. The idea of innovation and what I've also started seeing as a trend from there, that many of them may not be looking at going to a very formal education system, but getting into a job profile there and then. And it's more task oriented. So I'll start off with this, and I know we'll go on with the questions, but let me end here. But as I see it, I think that disruption in the next 5 year and 10-year period will be a lot for all of us to learn psychologically on how can we be without a job when we are asked. That's the first most important point. And then tend to see what is it which we can pick up to take on next, because that's where we all talk about will be that reskilling piece coming in.
Radhika, you have done a research recently on this. Let me ask the same question to you, but let me add, are we overestimating near-term job loss and underestimating the long-term transformation which it's bringing?
Somewhat, yes. First, let me also somewhat endorse what Mr. Bagla said. I think that there's immense uncertainty, and we really do need to have more granular and more nuanced understanding of what this transition actually entails. Because different segments of the population, different segments of the workforce are going to be impacted differentially by this transition. Now, there is this narrative of this doomsday prediction, and we're all going to lose our jobs, and we've got to be psychologically prepared for losing our jobs. I think, yes, it is indeed the case that most of our jobs are going to be exposed to automation and to Gen AI, but it doesn't mean that our jobs are going to be destroyed or that they're going to be completely displaced. Because if you go and look at the academic literature, and a lot of the research, be it the IMF, that the managing director was spoke in the session before at the ILO, we know that an occupation essentially entails many different tasks. It's a bundle of tasks. Now, there are some tasks in those occupations which are going to get automated, and there are others which are not going to be done, not going to be. Now, last year, late last year, the ILO actually put out a study where they looked at all the different occupations, and they did a gradation of the extent to which they were exposed to automation. Now, if you look at the share of jobs where almost all the tasks had a high likelihood of automation and therefore were likely to be displaced, that number was actually somewhere between 3 or 4%. And that's a global average. If you actually break it down and look at it in countries with low income, middle income, it was even lower. In high income countries, that was close to 6%. But the share of jobs where some tasks were going to be automated, but that also meant that there was more scope for freeing up time to bring in new tasks, enhance their productivity, was actually quite high. That was about 20% of the jobs. So what I'm saying is that in order to manage this transition, there are two things we're going to have to do. One, of course, it is indeed the case that a small proportion of people will lose their jobs and they will be displaced. We need to think about how they are going to be absorbed in other sectors. And that, to my mind, is going to require more than skilling and reskilling. It's also going to require thinking more carefully about industrial policy, about macroeconomic policy, trade policies, labor market policies, in particular social protection. But for those who are actually, in the middle, where some tasks will be automated and others will not, we need to think carefully about how those occupations can actually augment their productivity, how they can engage more meaningfully with Gen AI and enhance their productivity. Because remember, all of this then also has an implication, that enhanced productivity, which has an implication on wages and prices. All of that also boosts demand in the economy, which then drives more job creation and investment, and that virtuous cycle of growth, investment, job creation. So I would say that, yes, support those who are, you need policies to support those who will be displaced, but at the same time, augment productivity in the other jobs, which are somewhere in the middle, and there is some buffer against automation.
Sanjeev, with Naukri, you have a front seat to what's happening in this space. Like, are you seeing structural shifts? Like,
there's a lot of feedback we get from media, from social media, from panelists. But you know what? As of now, Naukri growth has not been impacted. So on the ground, we are not seeing a reduction in hiring. But at the same time, we are careful and cautious and say, "Ab kya hoga?" Answer, I don't know. Right? And the truth nobody knows. And anybody who is telling you he knows is wrong. They don't know. So because there's so much happening and it's so chaotic that you can't really figure out, right, what is going to happen, right? But I'll go back in history a bit. 1982, I was in college. Deepak was in college. We were in college together, actually, uh, in Delhi University. And these two new companies were set up, Aptech and NIIT. saying we're going to teach you how to use a personal computer. Nobody cared. A few cared, but it was not mainstream. It was not okay. So most people didn't care. By 1985, it had become somewhat a requirement that if you go and learn how to use a computer, maybe your prospects of getting a job go up. Or if you got a job, maybe you'll become more productive at your job. In 1985, to the Rajiv Gandhi government, the government said we're going to introduce computers in banks. At that time, banks were mostly public sector banks. The All India Bank Employees Association, which is one of the most powerful trade unions in the country, then went ballistic. So we're going to lose jobs. We're going to lose jobs. Government said, never mind, we're putting them in anyway. So computers came into banks. They weren't used for a while. Then they began to get used. And guess what? Nobody lost jobs. Right? People got more productive. People got MIS that they weren't getting earlier. They served their customers better. Right? Nobody lost jobs. Okay, so new technology, increased productivity, did not cause job losses. Now, I'm not saying that's exactly what will happen this time, right? But maybe. Now, will some jobs or tasks get automated? Possibly so. But will others come up? Almost certainly, yes. Uh, so what I tell individuals, never mind policy guys and governments and multilaterals, an organization, what an individuals is, look, you don't bother about will jobs be lost, will my job be lost, will I lose my job, and will I get a new job, right? Now, then my answer is simple: learn how to use three AI platforms every quarter. By the end of 1 year, 12 AI platforms. Believe me, you will be employable. Okay, and I'll give you an illustration of this. I finished business school in 1989. By then, I had finished college. I had done 3 years of work in an ad agency and I'd done business school. This is 89. Uh, that's an important year. Why is it an important year? Because the classes of 1988 and 89 were the first two batches to have graduated from the IIMs who had actually used PCs at the IIMs, because the PCs came into the IIMs in 87. Okay, so I walked into my job as PC literate. There were two PCs in the marketing department at the company where I was working. All the other people were senior, very highly qualified, IIT IIMs. But I was the only guy who was PC literate. Right? Believe me, if they were sacking then in that department, I would have been the last to go. Because I knew how to use that technology. So if AI is coming, it has come. It is inexorable. It is relentless. It will come. It has come. Right? Learn how to use it. So if you don't do AI, AI will be done to you.
Very insightful. I think if you optimize local optima, we are somewhere going to find the global balance. Prashant, with that, let me, Radhika referred to, it's a job is a bundle of tasks. Tasks will get disrupted, but the role might shift, like for all of us. Let's make it real. Like you're closer to the medical community. How does the role of a doctor or a nurse change going forward? Like, can we envision an AI doctor in the future? What would the job look like?
I think healthcare is slightly different from a lot of other industries, right? I think it's highly regulated, number one. So I think about three things from a healthcare perspective, from a futuristic perspective as well, right? One is that um, the capacity is limited, especially if you're talking about the global south, right? India has, I mean, we operate in the radiology AI space. We automatically interpret radiology images with AI. And if you look at India, India has got one radiologist for every 100,000 people, which is about, and US has one radiologist for 10,000 people. Kenya, if you look at Kenya, has the same number of radiologists as Mass General Hospital. So, and many African countries have like one or two radiologists, very, very small number, right? And so there is not enough capacity to meet that demand. So when you look at job loss per se, I mean, there is not enough capacity to meet the demand that is there for healthcare. So in many ways, I mean, you're not going to lose jobs. It is going to upskill people, healthcare workers and doctors who are on the ground supporting patients. So that's one is about upskilling people, right? And supporting, making healthcare workers able to support patients. Maybe there is an AI doctor that can do primary care. I mean, primary care is something that can be significantly automated. I mean, you're looking at three things that you're doing in primary care. One is to understand patient symptoms. So AI can prompt the patient, can understand what symptoms they might have. Second is to recommend tests, which again, AI can identify the right tests and recommend what testing should do. And third is around diagnosis and treatment, right? Again, which AI can potentially do, or even sort of triaging to the specialist. So these are things which AI can do. So I think in general, AI is going to upskill doctors and healthcare workers to do better and meet more patients and save time, right? One of the things that we are seeing across the world is you are using AI agents to scribe and take notes of the doctor-patient conversations, which is a task which, if a doctor is meeting 40, 50 patients a day, and after every one of those conversations, they have to write down, take notes from that conversation. AI can do that automatically. We use we use note takers in our meetings. Why can't you use note takers in a doctor-patient conversation? So we are seeing that, upskilling sort of one area. Second area, I think, which is going to, at least from a healthcare perspective, I see is a tough one is around regulation, right? Everything that AI does today in healthcare across the world. In the US, it's FDA cleared. You have to get FDA cleared to be able to actually provide a clinical decision support to a doctor. So that is not going away right now. And that FDA equivalent, India, it's CDSCO, every country has its own regulatory body. So you have to figure out how to cross that barrier. That hurdle is still there. And that is not something that is going away right now. And that brings me to the third point, which is that today, if a doctor is taking a decision on a patient saying that this patient has tuberculosis, for example, or lung cancer or any of those, right? They are taking liability for that decision. And till AI is going to be able to take that liability, that is going to be a decision that doctors will make. And so what I see today and for the next at least 5 to 10 years is that AI is going to be supporting doctors in making better decisions. It is helping, it is providing all the data in the right format. For example, what we do is we are able to bring data from electronic medical records, PACS, basically imaging data of the patient, pathology data of the patient, bring all of that together into one place for the doctors to help diagnose better. So you're providing that support to the doctor in making a clinical decision, and also providing treatment planning, sort of automated treatment planning, or treatment plans, which they can use to then provide the treatment plan for that patient. So it is a supportive tool, and I see that for the next several years, AI is going to be upskilling doctors in providing better care and providing more care to patients, especially in the global south where there's not enough capacity.
Divij, um, if multiple areas or multiple playgrounds where action is happening, like there's startups, there's infra, there is energy. Yesterday our honorable minister spoke about the 5 layers of AI. Where do you see most amount of action needed? Like if you had to pick one area to double down on, what does India need?
Within the AI stack or general?
Within the AI stack, like
I think on the application side is where we will have a very interesting play on actually the small ones and actually getting them executed. That's where we've had some strength in any case. But let me just step back a minute and beyond this question, if I may, with your permission. One very interesting thing yesterday, the plenary, I was sitting right there, and next to me was a professor from an Ivy League. Let me not just say it, but one of the top 5 Ivy Leagues. And I was asking the professor, when are you going to go back and start teaching? Because he was taking a break to do it. He told me a very interesting thing. One of the big things which is happening in this university is that the master's students are feeling that they no longer need to pay that big tuition fees because they are no longer getting challenged. Because AI is giving them all the answers. Now, see the repercussion of that. When we say that we have 1 million people coming into the job market every year, every month in India, that is because we go through a bachelor's and a master's and then they're coming in. So let's say like Sanjeev and I started 22, 23, 24. One of the most interesting elements which was pointed out was that maybe that age barrier no longer remains. You may have somebody who's 13-year-old and ready to do a job and a task. And that is another trend which might just picked up, because the moment you're going to see a complete change in the educational system, think of 2 industries which have so far withstood or been having a pushback on the huge change which can come to them. The financial industry is one, and the education industry. But now they're being challenged on it in a big way. You have 4 years masters, 2 years masters, 4 years bachelors. Maybe nobody needs to do it. So see the number of people which will get into the task creation and the task doing force. That is another element which we've not yet been able to quantify.
Very insightful. And Sajeev, this will allow me to go back to the first question I asked you. Are you seeing a structural shift? Like, for example, are people now, instead of asking degree, pedigree, asking for more AI fluency, basic skills instead of degrees?
Uh, I People talk about it. I'm not sure how many people actually do it. Right? At the end of the day, if you've got a credential, it matters. See, uh, what does an IIT degree mean? At one level, it means you've learned something. Another level, it means, boss, you have demonstrated commitment to prepare to get it. So you are able to work hard. You know some level of physics, chemistry, maths. That's how you cleared the entrance exam, right? And you were at the top of the academic heap, and that's how you got into the place in the first place. So we go to IIT to recruit, we don't hire for the specific knowledge they got at IIT. We hire for the fact that it's a fantastic filter on several counts, right? Also, right? Uh, and to some extent, a 13-year-old, ready for work. Look, business is about people. Business is about people and managing people and working with people and selling to people and, running teams, being a good team player, being a good leader. So that comes with at least some years of experience, some years of, maturity, right? So can I be a forex trader in front of a computer at 16? If I'm technically good enough, answer is yes. But can I lead a team of salespeople out in the field who are calling on clients who are 20 years older than me? I don't know. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. So some stuff. I mean, people are still people.
Radhika, what does it mean for the gig workers and the temp workforce? And, the labor laws were written long back. What would it mean as we move ahead? How should we even think of the labor laws or the role that the temporary labor brings in? Like, we are done with the age of working in the same organization perhaps for 30 years, as I just mentioned.
So you're talking about temp workers and gig workers. And before I answer that more directly, I just want to reflect on the comments that have been made by the other panelists. The conversation that we're having here on displacement and productivity enhancement, including the comments that I made earlier, we're really talking only about 10% of India's workforce at this point. The conversation on AI is right now, today we're having this summit in the global south. And the global south, still vast proportion of the workforce is in the informal sector. For India, 45% of its workforce is still in the agricultural sector. 55% of the people are self-employed. 95% of employment is in enterprises with less than 10 workers. So, that part of the conversation, we're completely missing out in the future of work. And I think we need to bring that in here as well, because a lot of the gig work and the casual work that you're referring to is essentially what we see in the informal sector. And for that sector, the risk is not excessive automation. They might completely miss the bus and not realize any of these gains or productivity gains from AI. So we also need to think more carefully about how all of this can enhance productivity in the agricultural sector. How there could be greater AI adoption amongst micro and small enterprises, which are basically the engines of job creation in India. And that's, again, going to require a lot more than skilling and credentials, but also they're going to need a lot of financial support for adopting AI. They are going to need digital infrastructure, access to broadband, so on and so forth. And now going back to your question on the changes in the world of work and labor regulations, indeed, there is no denying the fact that labor regulations have not kept pace with the changes in the employer-employee relationships. We now live in a world of work where there is a proliferation of non-standard employer-employment arrangements. The platform economy is a manifestation of that as well. And certainly there's a need to update that. At the ILO, for example, there is a conversation for 2 years which is happening on what are the kinds of conventions and recommendations that are required to bring decent work into the platform economy. And of course, India is leading in that conversation with the Code on Social Security, which seeks to provide social protection even to platform workers. So that's a very forward-looking ambition.
Yes, well, we're at time, but I'll just end with one last question, rapid fire. One word, maximum 5-second answer. lot of still unknowns. What does success look like in 2030? What would you be proud of? We'll go in a row.
Most critical point, when everyone works together, the government, the society, the people, the academia, I think that joining the dots is absolutely core to seeing any element of success for anyone. And last point, I think the biggest benefit of the delta multiplier of AI is India, or will be India.
Prashant?
I think success for AI is the world's GDP growing at 10% or more by 2030.
I think if there is net job increase, which means the jobs lost, if any, are less than the jobs created, I think that is success.
I think an inclusive AI transition where we have better jobs, more productive jobs, and where the agricultural sector and the MSME sector have benefited from this transition, and we don't leave the informal sector behind.
Super. With that, we'll wrap this panel discussion. Thank you so much for the insightful comments.
I thank our respected panelists for that thought-provoking and very important discussion. And thank you so much, Mr. Madan, for this, for moderating this conversation and asking all those pertinent questions, which I'm sure many of us would also be thinking of asking our panelists. So it's been a great with us on this very important discussion, ladies and gentlemen. And now moving on, our next speaker brings an essential perspective on the governance architecture being built around AI internationally. It is my privilege now to welcome Mr. Thomas Schneider, Ambassador, Vice Director, and Co-Director of International Relations, Ofcom, Switzerland. Mr. Schneider has been a central figure in global digital policy for over 2 decades, representing Switzerland in key multilateral forums. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Thomas Schneider.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. So, dear friends and colleagues from India and from all around the world, it is an honor and pleasure to be here with you in Delhi at this pivotal moment for global AI governance. And first, of course, I want to express my gratitude to the government of India for bringing together a diverse and distinguished group of leaders, innovators, researchers, civil society representatives from all around the world. Switzerland very much welcomes and supports the focus of the AI Impact Summit, which is well presented in the Three Sutras, People, Progress, Planet, as we all have learned in the past weeks and months. And we fully agreed that we need to develop and use AI in a way that everyone in the world can benefit from the potential that AI offers. This includes economic and social progress for everyone. At the same time, of course, we need to make sure that we respect human dignity and autonomy, as well as our planet, which is the basis for all life that we know, at least so far. We haven't found other life elsewhere. So we are honored and very proud to be hosting the next AI Summit in Geneva in 2027. It is overwhelming to see already now and feel the momentum and the enthusiasm that we sense on national level among all Swiss stakeholders, as well as the very positive reactions from our partners from all around the world, who are all eager and willing to cooperate with us and contribute to the summit in Geneva. Already now, we are approached by many governmental and other stakeholders that share their ideas with us about what the Geneva summit and the road leading up to it should focus on and what it should achieve. And let me assure you that this is very welcome and helpful to us. The Swiss motivation for organizing the next summit is not to make a show, it is to substantially and meaningfully contribute to achieving the goal that mankind uses the unprecedented potential of AI for good and not for bad. This potential of AI, which may be at least as transformative as the invention of the printing press, radio, television, and the internet, as well as the invention of the combustion and other engines together, this potential must be used to raise and not lower the quality of life of all people in the world and not just a few. AI must strengthen and not weaken the dignity and autonomy of all people in the global north, south, east, and west, or whatever we call the region where we live, and help us all to live together in peace and prosperity. So we are very keen to hear your ideas about what we could and should do together to achieve this goal. Of course, we do have some ideas on our own, but we have not decided yet about the focus of the Geneva Summit. We will discuss it with you together, shape it together. Of course, there will be a Swiss flavor to the Geneva Summit, which is based on the way we work and what we understand our role in the international community. We will try to be constructive, creative, and innovative, and try to find pragmatic and fair solutions through bringing together all stakeholders in their respective roles and with their respective experience. And at the same time, we will try not to reinvent the wheel and duplicate processes and instruments that already exist and that work, but rather we will try to build on them. Because we do already have a number of dialogue platforms for AI governance and for sharing good practices, such as the UN Internet Governance Forum and its national and regional initiatives, the AI for Good Summit and the Global Forum on Ethics of AI, organized by ITU, UNESCO, and many other UN-related processes and fora. We have other fora like the OECD, GPI, and other international and regional organizations. And of course, we will build on the outcomes of the previous summit in the UK, Korea, Japan, Paris. Japan will follow at some point in time. UK, Korea, Paris, and of course here in Delhi. And we should not forget the many academic and other networks that provide expertise and solutions. So we will do our best to bring them all together. And with the help of our long-standing partners from the Diplo Foundation and the Geneva Internet Platform, we will also try to facilitate the orientation in this complex governance ecosystem, in particular for less resourced communities, so that also they know better about what is going on where and where we need to raise our voice so that they are actually heard. At the same time, we consider the transformative power of AI to be too big, broad, and context-specific, so that no one single institution and no single instrument will allow us to seize all opportunities and will solve all problems. So we will have to learn to live with a certain complexity of the governance of this transformation. But also, this is not a completely new situation. If we look at how we have governed the transformative power of combustion and other engines in the past 200 years, there are some lessons that we can also apply to AI. While today we are developing AI to automate cognitive labor, we have developed engines to automate physical labor. We have put engines in vehicles or machines to move goods or people from one place to another, and we have put engines in machines to produce food or other goods automatically. And we do not expect one single institution or instrument to govern all of this, but we have developed a set of thousands of technical, legal, and also non-written societal norms that guide us in the use of these machines. We have regulated also the infrastructure that these machines use. We are setting requirements and liabilities for the people that develop, handle, and steer these machines. And we have developed instruments to protect people that are affected by the impact of these machines. And we are seeing different levels of harmonizations when it comes to regulating machines and engines. As an example, of course, we know that the airline industry is much more harmonized because it's global than the way we regulate cars driving in our streets on one side or the other side, where there's more diversity possible. So after 200 years, we are still continuing to adapt the governance framework for engine-driven machines depending on their context of use. And we need to do exactly the same with AI. We need to develop appropriate technical, legal, and societal frameworks and norms that allow us to develop and use AI for good in many different ways. And this work has already begun. We have analyzed our existing governance frameworks, have started to identify and fill the gaps. We have started to work on technical norms for AI systems. We have started to work on binding and non-binding legal instruments. And of course, in this regard, I'd like to particularly highlight the Vilnius Convention on Artificial Intelligence, Human Rights, Democracy, and the Rule of Law, for which I had the honor to lead the negotiations among 55 countries from all over the world at the Council of Europe in Strasbourg. This provides for a principle-based framework, not just for Europe, but for all countries on our planet that value human rights, democracy, and the rule of law, so that our societies and economies can use AI to innovate, while at the same time we uphold our respect to human dignity and autonomy, also in the context of AI. The principles set out by the Vilnius Convention are simple and clear, but the convention leaves enough leeway to participating states in order to allow to embed these principles in their existing legal and regulatory institutions and traditions. This will allow many countries to become parties to this global convention and to make sure that their governance frameworks may, although not become identical, but at least interoperable. This convention, which we hope will be ratified and enter into force very soon, will become one important instrument to make sure that AI is used for the good and not the bad. But of course, there will have to be many more binding and non-binding norms and more sector-specific norms and instruments to complement it, which hopefully will be at least coherent in their logic and spirit. So we will use the time until the Geneva Summit next year to continue to identify gaps in global and regional governance of AI and achieve our shared objectives so that AI is used for innovation, while at the same time legitimate concerns and risks are appropriately addressed. Switzerland will be the host of the next summit, but we know that we will not able to achieve anything on our own. So we look forward to collaborate with all of you, with all countries and all stakeholders from the global north, south, east, and west. And we will first try to identify areas where there's a willingness and a shared vision to make progress together, and then work with all of you on pragmatic and workable steps towards this vision. We will only be the facilitators trying to build bridges and build a climate of open and respectful and constructive dialogue, trying to offer pragmatic structures for trustworthy cooperation so that we can all use the potential AI, to say it again, to live together in peace, prosperity, and dignity. The Swiss Summit team and I personally are looking forward to collaborating with all of you in the coming months, and we look forward to seeing you all in Geneva in 27. Thank you for your support and attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Schneider, for that very focused address, which enhanced our understanding of AI too. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome Mr. Matthew Prince, Chief Executive Officer, Cloudflare. Cloudflare powers and protects a significant share of the world's internet traffic, and Mr. Prince has been at the forefront of the debate on how AI intersects with cybersecurity, content delivery, and digital infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Matthew Prince, CEO, Cloudflare.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an honor to be here at India's AI Summit, and I look forward to what we'll be doing in Geneva next year. I know that here I'm supposed to be talking about the future, but forgive me for a second. I used to be a professor, sometimes teaching history. And so I think sometimes in order for us to understand the future, it's actually good for us to understand some of the past. The past we start with, and what the previous speakers were talking about, was another technological marvel, which was the birth of the printing press. The printing press started as transformative technology built in Germany, just outside of Mainz. And it was, though not held there, not contained there, but spread incredibly quickly across the whole of Europe, expanding not so that it was in any one place, but into 1,000 cities within less than 60 years, which at that time was remarkable. It started in Germany, but it was never just a German thing. By 1470, there were presses in Paris, Rome. By 1473, the Netherlands and Spain. By 1476, in London. German technicians who learned from Gutenberg literally walked across Europe with that knowledge and shared it across all of Europe. And they would set up a shop in a new city, find a local investor, a merchant, or a bishop, and then start printing local laws, local languages, local cultures. And because the technology was not centrally controlled, no single country could gatekeep it or shut it down. This was one of those once in a lifetime moments where technology spread and the world got better as a result. And I think today that is that turning point that we are now. And so, inspired by the Honorable Prime Minister's words yesterday, I thought I would frame what I would think of as a framework of 5 things that we should all be playing for. And I think we can almost all agree that these things, if AI delivers them, will be better than if it doesn't. So the first is, much like the printing press, this should not be a technology which is controlled by 5 companies. It should be 500,000 companies, and those companies should be spread around the world. We need to make sure that, as the Honorable Prime Minister said, we democratize this technology and make it available for everyone and anyone. Secondly, we need to make sure that we're building business models around this technology. Too often today in the early times of AI takes but it does not give back. We need to make sure that content creators, that journalists, that academics, that researchers are able to be compensated for the hard work that they do to create their content, rather than just having that content taken, regurgitated, and spit back through AI systems. And this is one of the key challenges that we have to think about as we go forward. We also need to make sure that what has thrived in the early internet, small businesses, individual entrepreneurs, the global south being able to ship to the world, that needs to be able to continue, as opposed to AI being a consolidator. And what I worry about is the fact that the small businesses that most of us do business with today, the relationship that we have with them is personal or based on mere convenience. Your AI agent isn't going to necessarily care about those things. And so we need to make sure that small businesses, and especially those in the global south, have the tools to be able to survive as the world moves to more and more agentic commerce. We also need to recognize that unique cultures and unique identities, languages, shouldn't be homogenized by AI. There is no one universal culture, and we can't forget those things that make each region and each part of the world unique. AI needs to respect and actually emphasize that. We don't want to make the mistake of just merely Americanizing the world, but instead we want to honor the culture of all of those places around the world and honor those things that have made us unique. AI shouldn't remove our humanity, it should accelerate it and enhance it. And finally, we need to make sure that the technology is available to all, especially the poorest of those in the global south. This can't be something where you can only get the latest, unbiased, unfiltered, highest technology if you can afford to spend thousands of dollars per month on a subscription. There needs to be a business model that allows AI to be available to the broadest set of users and make sure that we aren't leaving people behind with this incredibly powerful technology. That's the framework that I would aim for. One where AI is distributed, not controlled. One where AI is actually enabling creators and research. One where AI is enabling businesses, small and large, to compete on a fair playing field. One where AI is bringing about our humanity and our differences, not homogenizing us. And one where it is available to all, not only held by the rich. I think that's something that most of the people in this room can agree to. And I think that as we think about policy, as we think about technology, we should be thinking about making sure that we are moving in that direction, moving towards all 5 of those goals, not moving away from them. Unfortunately, we are not yet there. And I think we are at a crossroads, and we need to all, whether in business or government or civil society, be thinking about what are the actions that we can take in order to achieve those 5 milestones. So, how am I the person here talking about this? What in the world gives me any right to be up here speaking? Cloudflare runs one of the world's largest networks. We have presence in over 120 countries, more than 300 cities worldwide. We see an enormous percentage of the world's global internet traffic. Over 20% of the internet sits behind us. And so we are not an AI company. We don't have a model ourselves. But today, over 80% of the leading AI companies use us. So a huge percentage of the internet uses us, a huge percent of the AI companies use us, and we sit in between those things and are working towards our mission, which is to help build a better internet. When I say help, it is really important. We don't believe that we can do it alone. We believe that we need the work of all of the people in this room in order to contribute to that. But we do see, and I can act as a broker between these two sides, the content creators on one, the AI companies on the other, trying to figure out what is that future of the internet going to be? What does it look like? How can we make sure that it continues to achieve all of those goals? And there are some real challenges. The internet that we know today was really built based on a very simple formula. And that formula was create great content that drove traffic and then monetize that traffic through either selling things, subscriptions, or ads. And if you think about it, that's how the internet was funded over that period of time. And Google was the great patron of funding that. In fact, the way that we can measure how this has changed is to actually look at how Google's behavior has changed. 10 years ago, we have data on this based on Cloudflare. for every 2 pages that Google scraped on the internet, they sent you back 1 human visitor. And with that human visitor, again, you could sell them something, you could show them an ad, you could get them to subscribe to whatever you were doing. That was the business model of the internet, and that's what caused the internet to flourish. But that business model is fading away. If you look at Google themselves, they have gotten to the point that for every 30 pages they scrape today, they only send you 1. It's gotten 15 times harder to get traffic from a Google search. Microsoft is even worse, 70 to 1. But that's the good news. If we look at the pure AI companies, OpenAI, 3,700 pages taken from the internet for every 1 visitor they send back. And in Anthropic's case, 500,000, 500,000 pages scraped for every 1 visitor you send back. The world is going to look more like Anthropic over time, and that is going to put pressure on what has been the historic business model of the internet. And what I worry about is that researchers, journalists, small businesses are going to get crushed by this change unless we recognize it and try and figure out what is a new way of dealing with this. How are we able to stay in front of these changes? What is the new business model of the internet going to look like? And so when we think about this, human eyeball traffic, the current currency of the internet, is going away. It's going to be, it's never going to return in the same way. We are all getting our answers more from AI than from original sources. And so we have to figure out some new way in order to compensate creators. And that might be very pessimistic, but I actually am optimistic about that. Because you see, it turns out that what we really want to compensate people for a better internet is not repeating the mistakes of the internet's past. The internet was never built with security in mind. We should be thinking about that with AI. And it was always wrong to equate traffic with value. There are a lot of times that are things that are salacious, that generate a lot of traffic, but don't actually further human knowledge. And so there's an opportunity as we think about what the new business model of the internet is to try and figure out a reward system that actually rewards creators for furthering human knowledge. What's amazing is this is directly aligned with what the AI companies want. If you think about it, for the first time in human history, we have something close to a mathematical model of all of human knowledge. It's not perfect, but that's what the sum total of the AI systems that we have are today. They are taking up that way, and they're a way of quantifying what we know and what we don't know. And what's interesting is I think of it as like a giant block of Swiss cheese. And that block has a lot of cheese in it, but it also has a lot of holes. And those holes are the places where there are holes in human knowledge. And what the AI companies want, what all of us actually want, is for those holes to be filled. And if we could create a system where creators are actually rewarded by filling in those blanks in the Swiss cheese, those holes in the Swiss cheese, by rewarding people not for creating content which is rage baiting, content which makes people angry, content which is designed just to provoke, but instead content which is designed to further human knowledge, that is something that we have a market for today and that the AI companies are excited to pay for. What we also have to think about is how we avoid the cycle of centralization and control. And we've seen this with technology and over again. Telecoms exhibited it, social networks exhibited it, the hyperscalers are exhibiting it, and there is real risk that if we don't make it so that more and more people can create an AI company, if we end up with a world of 5 AI companies, not 500,000, that is worse for everyone around the rest of the world. And so what we're trying to do is think about how we can make sure that anyone, anywhere in the world has the tools and the knowledge and the ability to compete in this incredibly exciting space. We need to stop the consolidation of AI and again, lead to 500,000 companies, not just 5. So what we're fighting for at Cloudflare, as an example, and what I would ask that anyone who is playing in this space fights for, is how do we make sure that we level the playing field and that we make sure that everyone around the world can participate in what is this incredible technology? We need to make sure that AI is coming to all the parts of the world, including the global south. And I am inspired by the stories of startups and students here in India that are inventing an AI future. We need to make sure we cultivate an environment where that AI future can grow and it doesn't get stifled by a handful of companies that are out there. So at Cloudflare, what specifically are we doing in order to make sure that this is the case? We're trying to figure out how can we make sure that content is available all around the world and is accessible and widely available to everyone. That's by taking the top models and making them available across our global network so they can run in the city where you are actually living. That also means that we should make it easy to use and enroll in these systems. So making it so that you don't have to have a degree in computer science to start playing with AI models and making sure that that's the case. What we also are doing is actually funding the education of both startups and students to do this. So we have our own startup accelerator, and in India, it is the second largest by country. Participants come from here, and it's amazing to see what all of the startups in India are creating. And we're proud of the fact that we're giving enormous credits to be able to use our services for free for startups that are trying to build that next generation and take on some of those giants. We're also trying to make sure that this is adaptable and multi-model around the world. So we have adopted the ability to roll out models across our platform that support all of the different things that you need wherever you are in the world. And those models should be regionalized so that they can be trained on local laws, local languages, and local cultures. I'm proud of the fact that we have done this with AI for Bharat, which we rolled out with 22 official languages across all of India and made it available for students in India to be able to experiment and try. And it's incredible what we're seeing people build with these models. We also launched an IIT build-a-thon to be able to take this with AI for Bharat and Cloudflare Workers AI, and it's incredible what the students there were able to build and deliver. We also need to have secure by design. That's the key to what we're doing. We need to not make the same mistakes that we had with the internet before. And we need to make sure that it's actionable and affordable. It can't be that you have to have trillions of dollars of budget. You have to stand up your own nuclear power plant in order to be the next AI company. And so we're designing systems and we're working not just to say how much money can we throw at the problem, but how can we make these systems more efficient so that we can pass on that cost and make it more affordable for everyone. These are the work that we're doing at Cloudflare, and I would challenge anyone in the audience, if you're working in AI, strive for these 5 values. How can we make sure that everyone has a chance to participate in the AI economy? We want to make that available for the world. We can't say that this is going to be a technology that is restricted to literally 5 companies in one postal code in San Francisco that have access to it. It needs to be available to the world. We're here to help. Appreciate all of the effort and the great hosts from the AI Summit in India, and I'm looking forward to Geneva. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matthew Prince, for that very immersive address and also for highlighting the importance of democratizing artificial intelligence and also highlighting the importance of content. We should have quality content as well as availability of content for everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would now like to welcome Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, Chief Executive Officer from Paytm. That's a name which we all Indians are so familiar with. From a small town in Uttar Pradesh to building India's most recognized fintech brand, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma's story is a testament to the entrepreneurial energy that India brings to the global technology conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma.
Wow. First of all, I do believe that everybody who's an Indian must be very proud that सारी दुनिया के AI के लोग एक शहर और एक देश में हैं. उसके लिए हमें इस इवेंट के होस्ट के लिए ताली बजानी चाहिए. And I think this is the power of India, my friend. I don't have to say this. Everybody who's somebody in AI is right now in this country. Our Prime Minister has been able to bring the excitement of AI just like 10 years back. He was able to do it for Startup India. So from the Startup India to the AI India, once again for our Honorable Prime Minister this time, guys. I don't have to tell you how the powerful capability of AI all of us have experienced. Many of you must be using a personal agent in every other day. And if not agent, co-pilot to use कर ही रहे होगे. सवाल जवाब उससे पूछ रहे होगे. And the beauty is that more you use it, the more it becomes addictive. It is where the technology is. हम लोगों ने जब QR कोड लॉन्च किया था तब मुझे अभी भी याद है मैं सरकार के पास गया और मेरी उनसे डिस्कशन थी कि ये डिमोनेटाइजेशन के दिन की बात है कि ये ऐसे करके पेमेंट हो सकता है। तो जो मेरे साथ जिनसे मैं बात कर रहा था उन्होंने मेरे से पूछा तुम्हें लगता है कि ये कॉमन आदमी को समझ में आएगा क्या करना होता है? तो मैंने बोला सर मैं अलीगढ़ में गया और मेरे घर पे जो हाउस हेल्प है उसने बोला भैया हम भी पेटीएम करते हैं। तो मैंने पूछा कि कैसे करते हो आप? कि वो उसमें पेटीएम से फोटो लेनी होती है उसकी और मैंने उनको बोला तो मैंने बोला कि सर जब एक कॉमन व्यक्ति को समझ में आ गया कैसे पेटीएम करना है तो ये दुनिया में अब ये प्रचार प्रसार कंफर्म्ड हो गया है। एंड नाउ टुडे इन एवरी नूक एंड कॉर्नर ऑफ द country we can see the payments reaching and completing itself. And now this takes us to the next milestone where every one of us who uses a smartphone can now use power of AI. Now I don't have to tell this once again. The capabilities that we will harness over the period will not be just limited by the chat और let's say the photo आप बना रहे हो या कुछ edit कर रहे हो या कुछ WhatsApp का message pick up कर रहे हो, it will go towards the industry. So till 2025, AI was more of an individual experiential play, if you will. You know, you were trying to find out use case and the problem answers that you fundamentally believe that it will be. But 2026 begins with a commitment and confidence that AI will bring the capability in the business and the work and the problem that we typically would not have assumed that would be solved. And let me say this, typically I come from financial service industry and I fundamentally believe access to credit creates the wealth, but access to credit requires a lot of insights and abilities to confirm whether this money will come back or not. Many rules and regulations are allowing us to expand the reach of credit, but by the capability of AI, we will be able to take care of corner cases where it should not go or it should go. So people will become more financially inclusive than ever before. As you are all knowing, the smartphone gave access to the financial system to the every nook and corner of the country. Now this time financial institutions will serve those customers. So from access to the rich ability of financial system will reach. Financial systems bring wealth to the country, bringing access to the credit to the last person brings wealth to the person there. And that is what I believe AI will be able to do, let's say in financial system. You could talk about agriculture, you could talk about husbandry. I remember the conversation between Nandan Nilekani sir and Prime Minister sir yesterday was happening about, let's say, how could you use the power of ability of cattle to use in AI? And then Amul case was talked about. Now imagine the same thing could be done even for machines, even for plants, even for agriculture. The capability of AI that we want to use will make it possible for us to build it in India for the problem and solution that we build for India. And this time, while we are solving the problems here, we will not solve a local problem. We will solve a global problem because the capability of Indians have been proven that we can make world-class technology, the technology that solves at an order of magnitude scale and abilities that are globally renowned and capable. Once again, I'm going to say that this is not about foundation model only. Important. A foundation model is a horizontal capable model. I don't mind saying that we must and for sure have a foundation model in India, all because we have a capability and resources to do it. And I'm very proud that my fellow entrepreneur Sarvam has done the job, and I do believe that is an acknowledgement that we can build it. It's not something rocket science. It's not something that we cannot build it. But the point is not about just building a foundation model. Point is about building the models that solve for us, solve for global south, solve for global problems. And those models and the requirement of those models to bring in everyday life can only happen in a country where the demographic dividend belongs to us. हमारे देश के जो नागरिक हैं, हमारे देश के जो यंग लोग हैं, उनको अगर मैं ये बोलूं कि आप इसको यूज करो और जिसके साथ आप कर पाओगे, जो आपकी कैपेबिलिटी बढ़ेगी, वो उसको एक्सपीरियंस करेंगे. So the first time, our demographic dividend will also become the demographic technology dividend, if you will. The capability of our young, capability and ability and intent of our young will aid to the propagation of AI unlike ever before. It is not about just using, let's say, a messaging platform or a payment platform. It is about adding the capability in your everyday life. And that is rare and possible only in this country. Again, there is a question of, for me, that will you build LLM models or will you build agents on top of it? I'm sure all of us have understood that models are the foundation and the, let's say, on the top of it, an agent. It's like asking, will you build vehicles or will you build engines? ऐसा नहीं है कि Daimler Benz ने जब इंजन बनाया तो इंडिया ने नहीं बनाया वो और किसी दूसरे कंट्री ने नहीं बनाया. हम लोग भी अपने इंजन बनाएंगे, हमारे इंजन छोटे बड़े डिफरेंट डिफरेंट यूज के होंगे. हमारे इंजन का यूज एक पैसेंजर व्हीकल में होगा, एक इंडस्ट्रियल व्हीकल में होगा, एंड देयर दैट रिक्वायरमेंट विल गो मेटाफोरिकली 10 number of times and many more fold than ever before imagined. So right now बिल्कुल जो हुआ है दुनिया में, आप ये सोच के चलो, किसी ने एक इंजन बनाया जो इसको आईसीई इंटरनल कंबस्शन इंजन हम बोलते हैं, वो बनाया, और आप बोल रहे हो कि क्या आप भी इंजन बना सकते हो? हाँ, हम भी इंजन बना सकते हैं. अब तो बन गया है तो हम तो जरूर बना सकते हैं, क्योंकि उसके अंदर की जो नुएंस थी वो हमें पता भी चल गई है क्या होती है. बट उससे ज्यादा जरूरी क्या होगा? उस इंजन का यूज केस. Using it to make a passenger vehicle, using it to make a bus, using it to make a truck, using it to make a trailer. That is the use case the world want to see. India not only will be the use case capital of the world, but India will also be the capital of number of LLMs that India will build. India will build more number of LLMs for the section of usage and ability of usage than ever before. The fight is not about just a foundation model. Fight is about AI that works for a sector, works for a segment, and solves the problem of an agent. For example, like call centers are the talked about thing that we will, let's say, what will happen to the jobs of call centers? I don't mind saying that call center as a literally job may or may not be challenged. Yes, but the capability is immense. अगर हम लोग यहाँ पे बैठ के किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति के देश की कॉल को यहाँ पे सॉल्व कर सकते हैं, तो हम किसी दूसरे व्यक्ति, किसी दूसरे देश के हेल्थ केयर की प्रॉब्लम क्यों नहीं सॉल्व कर सकते? If imagine a European, there is a old age in Europe, and you need to solve for their healthcare tracking and positioning and requirements. So a call center can evolve to become a healthcare provider, because they can track the local knowledge of that country and the nuance of that country, and remotely somebody can humanly look at it and confirm, yes, you should take that action. And that capability can only happen in a country that is embracing the change and embracing the technology. It is not a question of whether there will be AI-led job reduction. It is rather a question of there will be AI-led abundance. And are you on the riding the wave, or are you getting victimized on the wave? I remember 2010 when this country had feature phones. I remember the business model that I used to run was feature phone-led value-added services business. Ringtone, ringback tone, many of you might have been the customer and you remember that. And I want to tell you one thing. I was going for IPO in 2010, and the challenge was that what will happen to the future forward, because the smartphone I had seen in US. And I was uncomfortable that we should do an IPO at that point of time, because I was like, the business model is going to change. कोई बंदा रिंगटोन के 15 रुपए नहीं देगा, क्योंकि उसके फोन पे आपको गाना सुनने के लिए स्ट्रीमिंग हो सकती है ऐप की. यस, द वर्ल्ड हैड नॉट सीन, बट आई न्यू इट दैट रिंगटोन विल नो मोर बी अ बिजनेस मॉडल. एंड द पावर ऑफ कैपेबिलिटी ऑफ स्मार्टफोन वाज नॉट अबाउट दैट दे विल बी पीसीओ एससीडी खत्म हो जाएंगे. एससीडी पीसीओ खत्म हुए, बिल्कुल हुए. फीचर फोन रिंगटोन का बिजनेस खत्म हुआ, बिल्कुल खत्म हुआ. क्या छोटा बिजनेस हुआ या बड़ा बिजनेस हुआ? उससे कहीं गुना ज्यादा बड़ा बिजनेस बना. एंड दैट इज द पावर ऑफ एआई दैट यू शुड लुक एट इट. And that is the capability that Indians will look at it. Some of us will embrace it as an ability and capability that we can extend and deliver even further set of services, capabilities that are not yet seen and reached within ourselves. And some of us will feel that we are victim of the capability this machine gives. And that is the change, my friend, always continuous in the world. And I think the India and the land of Gita, which has told that change is the only constant in the world, will not only embrace it and lead it, but it will lead from the front and show the world the ability and capabilities of AI that will show up. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to be in the country where we today are talking, and the center of universe of AI gravity is. And from here onwards, we will, instead of looking at AI as a challenger to any problem that we see or any opportunity that we today yield, but to a larger opportunity and larger capability that India will make, and all Indian will make India proud. So with this, I again and again say the ability of India can only be underestimated when we all together join our hands and join in the revolution. So I would say this once again, join the revolution and change the way India is perceived in the world. And today our Honorable Prime Minister has shown that the center of gravity of AI is India. Hami asto, yahi hai, yahi hai. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vijay Shekhar Sharma, for that very, very energizing address. पेटीएम की जब हम बात करते हैं तो हम सबके मोबाइल पर, हम सबकी जिंदगी का बहुत अहम हिस्सा बना हुआ है पेटीएम, और इसीलिए जब उनका ये एड्रेस आया तो जाहिर है कि आप सब लोगों में वो जो उत्साह का संचार होता है वो हम सभी उसको बहुत स्पष्टता से देख पा रहे थे. Let's have a big round of applause for Mr. Sharma, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is an artist and business leader building scaled governance-led institutions across financial services, consumer brands, entertainment, and applied AI. As founder of Swatantra Microfin, she has built India's second largest microfinance institution, championing inclusive growth at scale. A director at the Aditya Birla Group, she drives innovation and drives transformation across global enterprises. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Ms. Ananya Birla. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ananya Birla.
Namaste. Thank you so much for that introduction. Good evening, everyone. It is truly an honor to be here today. In his May 2011 address to the British Parliament, President Obama said, and I quote, "I am told that the last three speakers here have been the Pope, Her Majesty, the Queen, and Nelson Mandela, which is either a very high bar or the beginning of a very funny joke," unquote. Even though I am no President Obama, I feel something similar standing before you this evening. Being in the company of leaders like our Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji, Sundar Pichai, Rishi Sunak, Sam Altman, Mukesh Ambani, Narayan Murthy, and my father, to name a few, this for sure is a very high bar that I will surely not reach. I am very nervous, and this is clearly not a joke. Under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, it has been extraordinary to watch India step into a driving role in the global AI discourse. As a young leader, I feel extremely grateful to have this platform, and I feel that it is our responsibility to make sure that we deliver. India's journey from a $4 trillion economy to a $40 trillion economy in the arc that stretches from where we are today to the Viksit Bharat we aspire to be, by 2047, technology will play a decisive role. This moment carries a similar taste to that of the Industrial Revolution, a period where the relationship between human labor and economic output was fundamentally rewritten. And yet, I would argue that what we are witnessing today is even more profound. The Industrial Revolution amplified our physical capabilities. AI is amplifying our cognitive ones. What we are living through is nothing less than a Cambrian explosion of possibilities, a phase where entirely new forms of value and new modes of human potential are emerging at a pace that defies our linear thinking. We are standing at a seminal moment in the history of human progress, a moment of extraordinary possibilities. In our humble attempt to translate these possibilities into reality, I am here to introduce Birla AI Labs. When it comes to the Aditya Birla Group and AI, I want to be clear. My father has been at this for a while, deliberately, quietly, and steadily, not for the spectacle, but to deliver tangible value to our stakeholders. Birla AI Labs has a dual mandate. The first is to service my father's direction and act as an apex AI body for the Aditya Birla Group. building solutions alongside our business tech teams to unlock new value across our businesses. The second is to operate as a frontier research lab, doing ongoing original research at cutting edge and translating that science into proprietary AI products for the open market. This dual positioning gives Birla AI Labs a rare advantage: real world data, domain know how, and enterprise scale deployment through the group, paired with the freedom to build category defining products for global markets. Let me share what this looks like in practice. As a part of our first mandate driven by my father, we are executing AI deployment across the Aditya Birla Group. The group has been operational for the last 160 plus years, and we have decades of operational data across manufacturing, financial services, commodities, consumer businesses, and a growing bench of talent that understands both the science and the business, giving us an undeniable moat. With a $120 billion market cap, operating across 42 countries with over 250,000 employees, we are witnessing tangible early gains across our diverse portfolio as advanced analytics and AI reshape everything from supply chains to workforce management. Let me start with Birla Estates. We will be using AI to compress project concept timelines by 90%, freeing over 2,000 man days a year. The immediate impact is efficiency. Architects and developers are no longer constrained by the time it takes to test an idea. Contract intelligence tools will now give our teams a unified, accurate view of every agreement, flagging potential claims before they escalate. Moving into financial services, and the transformation takes a completely different shape. Aditya Birla Capital has built one of the most ambitious Gen AI programs in India's financial sector, not by picking a single use case, but by going after the entire value chain at once. Underwriting turnaround time is down 50%. Credit assessment preparation has been cut by 90%. A fully AI-enabled sales program is already targeting more than $100 million in gross sales, while the customer service platform is pushing first call resolution beyond 90%. What makes this remarkable is not any individual number, it is the concurrence. Then there is Hindalco. And here the story shifts register entirely. This is about applying intelligence in one of the most physically demanding, energy intensive industries in the world. On the shop floor, our proprietary factory intelligence integrates 24 operational KPIs in real time, turning what were once static spreadsheets into a living intelligence layer that surfaces anomalies before they escalate. And what we are building is more ambitious still: a digital twin for our smelters and furnaces, and an AI layer on top that will orchestrate the entire coal source to power ecosystem. But if there is one place in our portfolio where AI feels most consequential, most human, it is for Tantra, our microfinance business. Here we are embedding AI across sales, audit, and quality control, and we expect it to unlock at least 30% in productivity gains. It means a loan officer can reach more people. It means a woman in a village gets access to capital that she would not have had access to otherwise. That kind of efficiency does not just improve margins. It has the potential to improve lives. The consumer businesses brings this completely full circle. I have come to believe through my experience that to build great brands today, product must be backed by content-driven distribution. Our fashion, retail, and jewelry businesses are deploying AI for hyper-personalized marketing and real-time inventory intelligence. Within Birla Cosmetics, our brand Love Etc. and Contraband are using AI creativity tools to move from campaign ideation to final asset delivery at a fraction of the traditional cost. What this tells me is that the question is no longer whether AI can work in complex, capital intensive, real world industries. We have seen it and we know it can. The real question is how fast and how deep should we go, given the ambiguity that surrounds artificial intelligence? Now, on to our second mandate. And this is where Birla AI Labs operates as a frontier research lab. The conviction here is simple. India's next great institution will emerge at the intersection of deep research, applied engineering, and market creation. That is our North Star. To do this, we have assembled a global team of researchers and engineers from Oxford and IIT Madras to BITS Pilani, ISRO, Google, and Goldman Sachs. Our first major research vertical is in structured foundational models, a field that a recent Forbes article estimates at a $600 billion market opportunity. Often overlooked, a vast majority of the world's data sits in time series and tabular formats. Stock prices, sensor readings, supply chain signals, weather patterns, energy consumptions, patient vitals. This data could actually power predictive intelligence in industry, in finance, in infrastructure, in healthcare. In December, our team was in Europe in San Diego, where our paper, Time to Time, was accepted. It asks a very provocative question. Do these time series foundation models actually understand what a market crash is, or are they just fitting curves? Our researchers showed that you can reach inside a model's hidden states, inject the signature of a historical crash, and watch the forecast shift accordingly. This is not curve fitting. This is a model that has learned something about the structure of the world. Our researchers are working at that frontier. This thesis for Birla AI Labs has been presented at the Oxford AI Summit and the World Summit AI in the Netherlands in 2025. This lab is building, I would say, a credible global research presence, presenting at top venues, partnering with leading institutions and attracting talent that could work anywhere in the world, but has chosen to build for India. Our second research vertical is one that I believe the industry has a moral obligation to pursue. AI now mediates the everyday decisions, relationships, and information environments of over 1.7 billion people worldwide. Yet the study of what this does to human cognition, agency, and daily life remains nascent. We at Birla AI Labs want to do something about this. We conducted a study with Delhi University students to measure how language model usage affects curiosity and cognitive agency among students. The results of this study will be presented at King's College this June. This is the kind of research that industry too often leaves to others. But I believe that those of us who are building AI have a responsibility to understand its human consequences, not as an afterthought, but as a core part of the enterprise. Alongside the research, we are also building tools. In December 2024, we launched a beta version of an AI native research and productivity platform at IIT Bombay, combining agentic search, real time data processing, and multimodal intelligence to deliver contextual insights across the internet, documents, and financial data. That platform is now being used across my own office to drive day to day efficiency. It is a tangible example of what happens when frontier research meets applied deployment. And that is exactly the loop that we at Birla AI Labs are designed to close. This approach, building at the frontier while staying rooted in real world application, is not new to us. The Aditya Birla Group's history has been very intertwined with the story of our nation. My forefathers have built through every chapter of India's journey, through independence, through liberalization, through globalization. Ours is a history of reading the moment, adapting with conviction, and building institutions that outlast the disruptions that gave birth to them in the first place. This century of building has given us something very invaluable, a muscle memory for navigating tectonic shifts. The generations before me, my brother and my sister, have learned to read the early tremors, to invest before consensus forms, and to build for decades rather than just quarters. Every generation of our group has faced a moment where the old playbook had to be rewritten. What is different today is the elements of high ambiguity and uncertainty, which, if we look at closely, can give rise to can give rise to immense opportunity. And that is precisely what makes this moment so thrilling and so consequential. But here is what I have come to believe very, very strongly. No single institution, no matter how large or how well resourced, can navigate this epoch alone. The journey from 4 trillion to $40 trillion will not be powered by industry acting in isolation. It will require something way more fundamental. It will require us to build an ecosystem that brings academia, industry, and policy into genuine, sustained collaboration. As India writes its AI chapter, we intend to be on the front lines, not as observers, not as fast followers, but as honest and true responsible builders of technology, of institutions, and of the ecosystem this country needs to lead. And we will do so with utmost responsibility. The playbook for what comes next has not yet been written. And at the Aditya Birla Group and at Birla AI Labs, we look forward to writing it together. Thank you all so very much. It's been an honor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Ananya Birla. The conviction in your words was truly inspiring. And of course, it demonstrated the bold vision as well. Congratulations for the launch of Birla AI Labs 2. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to welcome our next speaker, Mr. Takahito Tokita, President and Chief Executive Officer of Fujitsu. This company has been at the frontier of computing for decades. And under Takahito Tokita's leadership, the company is making a bold pivot towards AI-driven digital transformation. From quantum computing to enterprises, AI solutions, Fujitsu represents Japan's commitment to remaining a global technology leader. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Takahito Tokita, the President and CEO of Fujitsu.
Hello everyone. I'm Takahito Dokita, CEO of Fujitsu. It's very honor to share our vision for AI to you, all of you, and today. Thank you very much. For 40 years, Fujitsu has pioneered AI from research and development to practical application. I will provide an overview of our technology and social commitment. Following my remarks, our CTO Vivek Mahajan detailed on our AI strategy and powerful technologies that underpin it. At Fujitsu, our purpose is to make the world more sustainable by building trust in society through innovation. This single purpose guides us, our management, inspires our people, and shapes our every project and the technologies and the services we create. Our story began in 1935 We started by making communication equipment, and this expertise led to Japan's first computer in 1950s. Since then, we have powered economic growth with our critical technology and services. This long journey of innovation led to K Computer and Fugaku, two of world-class supercomputers. This journey continues as we now develop highly power efficient CPUs and pioneer the field of quantum computing. We are on track to develop 1,000 qubit machine by the end of March 2027. Thank you. Throughout our history, one thing has remained constant: our focus on people. This human-centric philosophy has guided us as we adapt to the changing needs for society. To create a sustainable future, we focus our research and development on the 5 key technology areas: computing, networking, AI, data and security, and converging technology that brings all them together. Based on this strong technology foundation, we are working closely with our partners and customers across all industries to co-create solutions and address societal issues and challenges. As a key driver, AI is a key driver these challenges. To fully integrate AI into our society and businesses, a powerful and trusted AI infrastructure is essential. Yes, therefore, we have been working closely with the also and the Japanese government on the research and development and the supercomputer and the quantum computing. So, AI is needed the powerful computing power. Our vision for an AI-driven society is precise. AI must not be a force that replaces people or becomes a threat to human autonomy. Its fundamental role must be to augment the human capability that are uniquely human: our creativity, our critical thinking, and our complex judgment. We are deeply committed to working with leaders across all industries, pioneering researchers in academia, and government bodies worldwide. With these strong partnerships, we can collectively establish the standards, ethics, and governance needed to ensure that AI constantly serves the best interests of humanity. We believe Japan will be an ideal host for this AI summit. We would be delighted to welcome you all to our country to discuss the future society we can create with AI together. Now, I'd like to introduce our CTO, Vivek Mahajan. Thank you. And can I go back to the presentation, please? Okay. So as Tokita-san mentioned about the key technologies, Fujitsu, I think for all of you that probably are not very familiar, as you mentioned, we have a long history on this. And the key areas that we are focused on are pretty much to enable AI. And for AI, you need three things. You need the compute, you need the networks, and you need the AI software, right? And our goal is we are heavily focused, as Tokita mentioned, on the sustainable society. And we are focused on giving an option for sovereign AI. This is completely made in Japan technology, and we find ourselves at a very interesting point in history where Fujitsu is an option for companies that are looking for technologies that is often non-American. And I'll give you a brief glimpse into what we do. So next month, we'll be rolling out world's first 2-nanometer based ARM processor CPUs on servers, and those will be the first ones. This is a highly power efficient processor that is focused on data centers and confidential computing. In October last year, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, Tokita-san, and myself, we announced 20 exascale supercomputer that will be rolled out in 2029 that will be based again on the world's first 1.4 nanometer CPU. And that is very important because you are looking at highly power efficient machines that are driving very strong calculations. Now, this is focused on defense, government, healthcare, finance, manufacturing, something I think that would be very beneficial to a country like India. The other part of computing is quantum. For all of you, you might not be aware, but at this point in time, the world's #1 quantum roadmap is driven by us. It is a 250 logical qubit machine with 10,000 qubits that would be rolled out in 2030. And next month, if you come to Japan, Kawasaki, we have a huge tower that will hold the world's first 1,000 qubit machine. This is very important for AI. As you go quantum and HPC together, fused together with a software stack, that's what will drive the compute for next generation AI and applications. And Fujitsu gives you an option to do that. The other part is networks. And there are two parts, photonics and wireless. Now you've seen what's happened with memory. The prices have gone up 6 times in the last 1 year. And same with photonics. What we offer is highly power efficient, as was mentioned in Tokita-san's address, environmental friendly, low latency, long range transmission. It's a 1.6 terabyte switch that goes up to 1,000 kilometers. And we'll be coming out with 3.2 terabyte switch. This is what you need to power data centers, connect data centers. So you have the compute, and then you need to connect those. And this is, again, powered by the software stack. By the way, a lot of this work in R&D for the network software stack and the quantum and Monaca is done in Bangalore. So I'll again, summarize with 2 key parts, right? So we are focused on being the sovereign AI platform. Yesterday, PM Modi mentioned, right? And Minister Vaishnav said, it's not only about large language models. You are not going to need a large language model if you're in defense. You need something that drives at the edge. Same with healthcare. You're not going to put those records to be accessed by everybody. And that's what we are aiming for. We are talking about privacy, flexibility, domain-specific security
That's the triangle we bring together, powered by security and the areas. This we believe is very going to be very relevant for everybody in the world. And that's a stake that we took at Fujitsu to focus on Japan, but I think now we roll this out outside. And we're partnering with different vendors here. Both NVIDIA and AMD are very close partners with us. We use their GPU. We use our CPU. I mentioned Monaka. It's a 256 core Monaka X, and there's 128 core with the NP on it. We partner with Oracle. We partner with Lockheed Martin on defense, Super Micro for servers, Arcus for networks, Yaskawa, Fanuc on robotics. We are taking this, where we see this is going to physical AI at the edge, drive compute and AI and networks. That's where it combines together. And that's how end users will use AI in robots. In 3 years, 4 years now, you will have androids, you will have humanoids, and drones, your iPhones. This will be completely changed by the power of compute and networks and the software that combines together. I think that confluence is going to happen very soon. And this is sovereign and security is going to be extremely important. And I believe there's a great opportunity for us all to work together in this space. Thank you.
We extend our sincere thanks to Mr. Takahito Tokita, the Chief Executive Officer, and Mr. Vivek Mahajan, the Chief Technology Officer of Fujitsu. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now left with two final events of the summit, and they are like showstoppers to the whole summit. We have one keynote speaker who is the Deputy Chief of the Army Staff of India. And before that, we are going to have the final panel of the day, which is bringing together some of India's most influential technology leaders. You can say it is a high-powered panel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the panelists to you. We have Mr. Salil Parekh, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Infosys. And he has led the company through a remarkable period of reinvention, placing AI at the center of the strategy for clients across the globe. We also have as our panelist, Mr. K. Krithivasan, Chief Executive Officer of Tata Consultancy Services. Mr. C. Vijay Kumar, who is the CEO and Managing Director of HCL Technologies. We also have Ms. Arundhati Bhattacharya, Chairperson and Chief Executive Officer of Salesforce India. And we have the panel which is being moderated by none other than Mr. Amitabh Kant, the former Chief Executive Officer of Niti Aayog, one of the architects of India's modern industrial and digital policy. I request all our panelists to kindly take their place on the stage. With a big round of applause, kindly welcome the panelists of the last panel of AI Impact Summit 2026. Mr. Salil Parekh, Mr. K. Krithivasan, Mr. C. Vijay Kumar, and Ms. Arundhati Bhattacharya, with the moderator, Mr. Amitabh Kant. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome them all to the stage. Well, it's over to you, Mr. Amitabh Kant.
So let me welcome these very distinguished leaders of the Indian IT tech service industry. And we have with us Arundhati Bhattacharya, who's both a banker and a great tech leader now. The three of them amongst them, they are leaders of an industry that represents over 300 billion in market value, over 25 lakh crore. And they employ millions of Indians. We are actually meeting at a point of disruption. I'm not going to take much time in introducing the panel, or I'm not going to take much time in giving my own introduction. I will straight away move to asking them questions and then open it up to all of you so that you can ask the question. I'll try and start with the lady in the panel, and I'll also try and end with the lady in the panel, Arundhati Bhattacharya, who's probably the most distinguished of us all. So Arundhati, let me try and be as direct as possible. So Salesforce has lost roughly about 40% of its market value in just 12 months. A single AI product launch wiped almost 285 billion of SaaS stocks in a day. The market is saying that AI agents will replace per seat software subscriptions. Is the market wrong, or is the traditional SaaS model genuinely under threat? And what does that mean for thousands of Indian enterprises that have built their operations on Salesforce platform?
First and foremost, thank you very much for asking that question. I've been answering that question so many times in the last few days that it's almost like rehearsed, as to how I should go about it. But having said that, markets will say a lot of things. Not all of it comes true. And when you talk about the SaaS model, it's not only about vibe coding, it's not only about creating an application, it's also about, understanding what the workflows are like. It's about realizing what the customer's pain points are and ensuring that you are addressing those particular pain points. It's about observability about what your agents are doing. It's about governance. It's about auditability. It's about adoption. There are so many pieces to making something really work in an organization that to just say that because I can vibe code, that means, everything else goes out of the window. I think that's being a little too, little too hasty about totally, rejecting a way of doing business. Also, I must say that, which I'm not very true is correct, but people have to sometimes pump up values given the kind of money that is going in over there. And by the way, some of that money is circular money that's going in over there. So I'm not too sure that the market is actually giving the right message that it should. And like for everything that the market gives, people, investors especially, are requested to read the fine print and obviously, exercise their discretion in the matter. Having said that, is it true that the models that we have today will remain exactly the same? They won't. I'm very clear about one thing, which is that all of the models that we have today, and I mean not the LLM models, but I mean the models of working, the ways of working, whether it be in respect of the SaaS companies or it be in respect of any of the other companies, even infra companies or any of the other companies, things will change. And we have to be very agile about the way we look at these things and realize where are the changes going to come and how can we ourselves, change in tune so as to remain relevant, so as to remain not only, so as to be able to actually add value to your customer. End of the day, people who add value are the ones who are going to stay, who are going to survive, who are going to be sustainable. And therefore, adding value is what we need to do. And for adding value, whatever it takes for us to do, we need to do those things. So I think, the jury is out and will remain out for a while because the race is on and we don't know who's going to win the race. But this much I do know that, it will not be one individual unit or one individual kind of unit. There will be very many players in this whole thing. But at the end of it all, as long as it improves our standards of living, as long as it gives us results and answers which we never had before, it is for the good of humanity. And I hope that will definitely happen.
Thank you. Thank you for that very detailed answer to that question. I now turn to Mr. Kristivasan, the CEO of TCS. Mr. Kristivasan, the industry consensus is that AI will shift work from writing code to orchestrating AI systems. What does TCS look like to you in 2030? What will be the head count and what will be the revenue per employee? And uh, how is TCS communicating that transition to its workforce and to the country?
Thank you and good afternoon to everyone. See, this is the topic that everyone has been discussing in the last few days and few weeks. And like Arundhati explained, like the market has also has been contemplating. But there will be few things that will change, many things will may not change, or the other way. Like if you look at the role of what most of us do as a system integrator, okay, the role of system integrators come into play because there are complex systems and many of them have a lot of legacy and it's not that one day you can have a LLM understand everything and auto generate code and the software engineers will go away. But not to say, like Arundhati said, there will be more and more productivity that will be brought in. And at the same time, you need system integrators who can test, validate, verify what is being generated. And so that's one part of it. The second is, as you also look at today, the role will shift towards more and more requirements engineering, context engineering. How do you know whether you are building the right system? How do you validate whether the system is doing the right thing? Does it have cyber security? Does it do some harm? All those things are to be validated. You may not know all the roles that you will have 5 years down the line, but we don't envisage a situation where there will be a significant shrinkage of work. The other areas that we have somehow not looked at when we get excited about generating code is for many of the, for instance, cloud came into play about maybe 10 years ago. But if you ask most organizations, they will tell you that 30-40% cloud has been adopted. There's so much to be done. So this is going to be a long tail. And even within that, you would see many organizations, they have to prepare for deploying or adopting AI. It's not a trivial job. They have to get their data estate right. They have to get their applications rationalized, modernized. So there is a certain amount of work to be done. They need to train their models like Arundhati was saying, or somebody was mentioning, like you will have some large models, many small models in every enterprise. They have to be trained. And the last part of it, which you are not again looking at, is what is that new that you can do with all these LLMs? There'll be many interesting things. Somebody has to build, somebody has to think through that. So if you look at another 30, I don't envisage a time that there's a significant shrinkage of work, but there'll be more volume of work that will be produced.
More volume of work.
More volume of work that will be produced and more interesting work that will be done.
Thank you. Thank you. So that's an interesting perspective. I turn to Salil, who's the CEO of Infosys. Salil, one of the very provocative statements made by one of the Bay Area leaders and investor actually was that, which attracted a lot of news coverage, was that services model is dead within 5 years. Your chairman, Nandan Nilekani, just I was reading, in fact, I went through his interaction, and he said that this is not an opportunity gap, but this is an execution gap, and that the real money is in cleaning up trillions of dollars of legacy tech debt. Who is right? Is Nandan right, or is it this Bay Area leader? Who's right, according to you?
Well, that's an easy answer. Nandan's, of course, right. There's no question.
So simply because he's your chairman?
Because I think Nandan, I mean, with, I'm sure everyone has a view. Nandan is a visionary who has a view on this business for years. I think the way we see it is, and we shared this a few days ago, there are several areas of opportunity that come from AI services. And there are six that we have highlighted recently, just a few days ago. And those in aggregate, we have shared some data, are about $300 billion of opportunity over the next several years. And then we've gone into a little bit of the detail in each. So I'll give just a couple of examples. There's one which is
like AI engineering, which is the building of agents, orchestrating, integrating some of the points what Kriti was mentioning. There's another which you alluded to, how Nandan has said it, of legacy modernization, which is basically saying there were some things which were 15, 20 years old with large companies. How can we bring it to the more current? And there, because of AI agents, the cost is lower, the time is less. And so there's an easier economic rationale for companies to do it. So as we put all these together, we see these what we call AI services, which will give us the growth. And what I think the point you made, what Nandan said, if we can pivot our company to serve these big six areas for our clients, that execution part, then the opportunity is good. And again, some data on that, like this year, which will end in March, we have recruited 20,000 college graduates. Next year, we are on track and we've announced we are recruiting 20,000 college graduates. This year, our headcount has increased in the first 3 quarters by 13,000 people. And my sense is that will continue. So what it's opening up really is new set of opportunities. And there is some productivity benefit that comes with if like specifically in Infosys, but I'm sure in general, if we execute and serve our clients, there will be more opportunity there.
So tell me, do you at any stage aspire to own intellectual property in the AI stack, or will you remain a builder for hire?
So there, the approach, I'll speak a little bit for Infosys. Our approach is we have tremendous IP. So like in AI, we built this IP layer called Topaz Fabric, which has the ability for our clients to work with any of the foundation models, plus the agents that we have built, that Infosys has built, plus any third party agents. So that's the layer that we are, let's say, pretty good at, and that we will build and continue to build the IP on. That's the approach on the IP that we've taken.
Okay. CVK, let me turn to you because HCL Tech has a software product business. It has a design custom AI chips in Bangalore, and you operate across the full stack, actually. Is HCL Tech positioning as an AI builder at any stage? And if so, how far up the stack are you willing to go into models, into compute, into infrastructure that at any stage will compete with the hyperscalers rather than just partner with them?
Thank you and good evening, everyone. And HCL Tech, I mean, as you kind of gave some pointers, we are uniquely placed because, first of all, we have a software product business which delivers 10% of our revenue. And we also have a very deep engineering heritage where we service top 50 of the 100 R&D spenders, doing a lot of work, including some cutting edge work, like we have built a 2 nanometer custom silicon for one of the technology companies. So we have these unique capabilities, and this also reflected in our highest revenue per employee amongst the IT services companies. So with this backdrop, we are our AI strategy is one of them is heavily indexed on building because of course, I mean, our core is services. We will continue to modernize and evolve our services to be relevant for the future. And even if it means it takes away some revenue streams, we are proactively doing it. But I think the biggest focus is there are these large language models and the foundational models. They cannot be applied most efficiently for enterprise use cases. There is still a gap between what a foundation model can deliver and what is the ultimate efficiency and innovation that's possible. So we are really trying to bridge the gap and building IPs that will bridge the gap, which helps enterprises to scale AI adoption. And we're also focused on a lot of specialized services, like even Salil mentioned, like physical AI, AI factory,
agentic AI, all of this new solutions we are very focused on. And of course, the partnership ecosystem becomes extremely critical. So we are partnering with almost all the large solution providers. I don't think we are building anything to become a hyperscaler. And I think we missed the bus many, many years ago. And we're not building models, but we're building solutions which will make the models much more scalable and applicable within enterprises.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to turn to Mr. Christivasan because he's the biggest employer in India. He employs over 600,000 engineers. India produces millions of engineering graduates a year, and many of them are trained for exactly the kind of work AI is now going to automate in a very big way. Uh, what should be our skilling strategy of this country? I mean, how do we do reskilling and skilling at a individual level, or should we do it at a national country level? I mean, what is the view of India's leading CEO on in terms of skilling and reskilling? This is, to my mind, a major national challenge.
It's a challenge and an opportunity. Because last, in fact, 3 days ago, here we ran a workshop with about 1,500 kids from all the schools in the NCR region. Most of them are, so in fact, all of them have non-technical background, and many of them could not even speak or not fluent in English. And we taught them how to use their native language, how to do coding, and in fact, within a span of about 3 hours, almost 1,500 apps were built. So that's the power of AI. You can worry about what is the entry, what AI is going to take away the jobs at the entry level. I think AI also enables all these people to develop and imagine new areas where software can make the lives of people better, and it creates more and more opportunity. You can be afraid and not do anything. I think we should be forward leaning and train as many people as possible. In fact, all three of us are working with the Ministry of IT in creating the curriculum for the students coming up in all these universities.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thanks for that very positive and constructive perspective. Arundhati, just let me turn to you again and ask you if AI is to drive India's productivity. It cannot remain just a Fortune 500 story. How do we make AI tools accessible to millions of MSME? How do we raise productivity? How do we build for the market? Even if unit economics looks slightly different from enterprise contracts, how do we scale it up in a big way for MSME to make the difference to Indian economy?
So thank you for that question, because I personally believe that unless we can democratize any technology, it doesn't really serve the purpose of that country or for that people. And AI is something that is not meant for the white collar worker alone. In fact, it's one of the things that can actually empower the blue collar, just as you were talking, Mr. Kritivasan. It can actually empower the blue collar workers. Now, if you look at the blue collar workers, in fact, in NITI, we did one report taking into account the blue collar workers like carpenters, plumbers, hospitality workers, Anganwadi workers. So a lot of these, personas we had taken. And what we realized is that they have a multiple challenges. One challenge, of course, is the way that they have been skilled. So they have a skilling challenge. But more than skilling challenge, they have an access challenge, in the sense that they may be very well skilled, but they don't know that a job exists within the village or in the next village. So they have an access challenge. The second thing that they have is the challenge of ensuring that they are getting paid on time. Even that is not available. Okay, so they have several challenges of this nature, that of skilling, that of access, that of payments, that of ensuring that they are parts of communities which actually enable them to be supported during times of distress or during times of need. So many of these are actually challenges that can be solved if we can use AI in the proper way, in a proper marketplace, to get the right kind of the right kind of opportunities to them, the right kind of certifications to them, the right kind of assessment of their skills to them. If all of this can be done, actually speaking, we will be doing the country an enormous favor. And you will find that the quality of life of not only these people, but the quality of the of life that that they serve, of the people they serve, people who are actually taking their services, even that is going to become much, much better. So I think, AI is not something that is meant only for the white collar workers or for people in tier one, tier two cities. It's meant for the SMEs, it's meant for the MSMEs. It is what is going to empower them to get into a league which they were not able to access earlier. It is also meant for the blue collared workers because it can empower all of them.
Salil, India has done something unique in digital public infrastructure. It's been transformational in terms of identity, payment, credit. Uh, the Bank of International Settlement said that India achieved in 7 years what it would have taken 50 years to achieve. How do we create a DPI, a digital public infrastructure for artificial intelligence? How do we take computing power to the common citizen? How do we skill? How do we make a difference using the power of AI? Uh, uh,
No, absolutely. I think there's already work going on. Specifically, there are three big areas where there's thinking going on. There's actual projects on the ground in agriculture, in healthcare, in making sure that everything that is being done for education is helping within the country for the citizens. Also, in that area, there are examples where we have shown some of it, and now the way that, as you mentioned, the India stack or the digital public infrastructure was created, where essentially it was fully available without exorbitant costs or any cost, is what the approach is being driven today. There are various components of the architecture which are being discussed, and working closely with the ministry, with the government, those will be rolled out. Today, of course, you have seen that there's tremendous support at the chip layer, at the data center layer, at the infra layer, and now there will be more at the architecture, how it can be distributed. And at least these three big areas, agriculture, education, healthcare, are being looked at today.
um, Thanks. Thanks. CVK, one last question before I open it up to the floor. The hyperscalers, Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they're spending close to about 600 billion this year alone on AI infrastructure. Uh, Spending almost about uh, close to 50 to 55% on capex. And if AI services opportunity is really in the range of about 350 to 400 billion, can Indian IT companies, can all of you together capture it without adequate R&D? Does it not require greater level of R&D intensity? And what will it take all of you to put in more resources into R&D for the future?
Yes. Uh, First of all, this big capex spend also triggers a lot of services spend, like building all these data centers, AI factories, the entire infrastructure landscape, that's the IT infrastructure landscape in the world, would get refreshed over the next 5 to 8 years. That itself is a huge services opportunity. Then there is this physical AI. It's a completely new spend. Today, there is very, very little physical AI deployed in the world. It's believed that one of the studies by Zeno says it's $1 trillion opportunity. And that would mean at least $200 billion of services opportunity. So I think we are looking at some very big services opportunities. And even to really encash on these big services opportunities, the companies like us will need to invest in building solutions, because it's not straightforward services. You need to build solutions, and which will mean we will have to put in more money into R&D, right? Building solutions and building labs and kind of POCs. A lot of pre-work needs to be done. And also there is a lot of opportunities to create solutions which will really make the foundational models much more scalable for enterprise. So I personally believe we should increase the R&D spend. And I do think the industry model will support us because as more and more AI is infused, more outcome-based contracts would come, which also helps us to deliver a higher profitability, and which means we can very comfortably invest more in R&D. But the timing of that, we might need to invest a little ahead of the curve before the real benefits come.
Okay, wonderful. Wonderful to hear this perspective. I'm going to open it up to this house. I'll open it up for 5 questions. Please name yourself. Just be very direct and blunt. Please don't ask long winding questions. To the point, very matter of fact. All young people, any ladies here will be given preference. The lady there. Yeah, the lady here.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity.
No introduction, just name and shoot.
Manya Sharma, CEO of Mono AI. Saving my 2 years to reach out to you from here till here. First question, how can I come and meet you as a young entrepreneur, 27 years with no network? My first question, saving my lot of marketing money. Second question is, as a young Indian, 27-year-old coming from a small town, but being in Bangalore for 7 years, what is your view or idea that we can work with you guys and your support and mentorship so that young India can go somewhere else, and we can also, go to like show the Silicon Valley that 25-year, 27-year standing here in a suit, talking to you can do something great.
Okay. I've allowed her 2 questions because she's a lady, but no 2 questions. I will ask the 5 questions and then I'll open it up for responses. Second, there's a lady there. Go ahead.
My name is Devika Rao. I'm from a UK University of Leeds, trying to do the stage for AI, creative education, and art, health, and well-being concept, and how the case study can be presented in 6-month time. And I would like to co-create and collaborate with you.
Okay. Anyone at the back? Yeah, go ahead. No, please, there. Yeah, the blue shirt. Get up and ask.
My name is Navneet Kaul, and I have a 3-part question.
No, just ask one question. Don't ask
question.
3 in 1.
3 in 1.
No, don't ask 3 in 1. Ask one question.
One question.
Yeah.
How will AI create jobs? What kind of jobs and what kind of skills do we need?
You're asking the question which I've already asked.
I want the panelists to answer very specifically and directly.
All right. Anyone at the back, that side? Yeah, that gentleman there.
Hello, Kishla here, and my question is: as any employee who is currently in the IT sector, what skills he should plan to develop in next 5 years to boost his employability?
Okay. No, not front row, back. I want to go right at the back. Anybody right at the back? Some backbencher. Huh? Who's the backest bench? Yeah, that gentleman in the black suit. Yeah, go ahead. Ask. Yeah, shoot. Yeah, please.
Sir, my name is Harshvardhan. My question is, what can be done to stop misuse of AI? For example, some people use Grok to undress people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. So one last question to that. Yeah, shoot in one line. Just shoot.
Yeah, namaste. Mama nama Venkata Narasimha iti. Intentionally, I'm speaking in Sanskrit.
One line.
Oh, yeah, I will come, sir. I'm a software architect. I'm a founder of a startup called Startup Sanatana. Though we are talking about so much of AI and AI is the limelight, unless and otherwise we built on AI on our culture, rich culture, tradition, heritage kind of thing.
Okay.
Probably it will be a misfit
Okay.
kind of thing.
Thank you. Thank you.
How does
Okay.
it go
So we've
ahead
got the
further?
question. We got the question. Now I'll open it up. Starting from, we'll start with Arundhati's response and then move on. You can respond to one of the questions and then we'll
Sure.
move on.
In respect of the question that this lady gave, and also others who are startups in this particular organization, Salesforce has a very vibrant startup community. The lady who leads it for us, her name is Rupa Arvindakshan. Her coordinates are available on our website. Please get in touch with her. She will get you in touch with our entire community. The community is supported to develop on Salesforce, and also, to ensure that you can take your product to market. So all of that is done. So please, you're more than welcome to communicate with us and get whatever support we can definitely give you.
Maybe I'll take up the question on what skills are needed in the future. I think there is a big misconception that software coding, programming skills are not going to be relevant. I think the fundamental conceptual skills in software development, programming is very, very essential. If you really want to build a long-term career in the software industry, it could be in services or in product companies or AI, all of that requires sound programming skills. The second aspect is, I think, just the critical thinking, analytical skills. How do you really orchestrate work? A lot of standard work that many of you do, or initially the younger engineers do, some of that or a lot of it can be done with the AI tools that are there today. But how can you now think of yourself as an orchestrator and deliver maybe 4 or 5 times the output that you would deliver without these tools, right? I think just orchestrating the work with multiple coding agents, I think that's really a skill. While you may take 3-4 years to manage a small team, but on day one, you have an opportunity to manage several agents to deliver an outcome which is 5x of what you would normally do. That's just an example, and that's how you need to think of every role. You can amplify the value that you can create using AI skills.
Mr. Kristivasa.
There was this question once again about will AI take away jobs or will AI? My view is it's been discussed for the last few days. Eventually, AI will create more jobs than destroy jobs, and you would find, but it may not all of them need not be programming jobs. There will be jobs of different categories, different classifications, but on the whole, we find it's going to create more jobs and create more employment.
Thanks. I think there was a question really focused on, can we build AI with views of our culture or views of responsibility? And that's absolutely essential. Uh, we've also put together, and I know many others have, a framework on responsible AI. And there were a couple of questions which sort of were on that line. It's absolutely critical. So in fact, the way the agents are built, the way the foundation model data is, the way they learn, all of that needs this approach of responsible AI. And that's the approach that we've recommended. Many others are working on it. And as a overall industry, we should focus on that. And that will give us as good an outcome as we can get. And even that, after that outcome, we will have to refine and modify. Responsible AI is critical in that.
Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, we've heard the captains of the industry. We are in the midst of disruption, as I said, but these leaders bring great optimism, they bring hope, and according to them, actually, the wave of AI will end up creating many more jobs for India, but there'll be jobs of a different kind, and we need to skill ourselves for the new emerging jobs of tomorrow. But with these leaders, I'm absolutely confident that India will ride this wave to greater progress and prosperity as it becomes a Viksit Bharat by 2047. It'll create many, many more jobs. And these leaders will drive India to a 30 plus $1 trillion economy with jobs in the coming years. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our deepest gratitude to our distinguished panelists for their compelling discussion and dynamic exchange of ideas on India and AI. Your collective wisdom has truly elevated today's conversations, and your insights have set the stage for Action Beyond Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, we thank our panelists for enlightening us with all the views, and of course, a warm thanks to all our audience as well for raising very important questions, which I think concern each and every citizen as well. We thank our panelists once again. I request everyone to please be seated as we move forward, move on to invite the final speaker of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, I request all the photographers and everybody else to please stay away from the stage. Stay off the stage, please. Stay off the stage, please. We have one final speaker of the summit. Please maintain the decorum. I request everyone, please maintain the decorum, and all the media groups, please take your bites outside the hall. You're requested to please do as I say. A kind request, ladies and gentlemen. I request all the photographers and the media people to please move out.
Excuse me, thank you. Let's get it.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege to invite our final speaker of the day, Lieutenant General Vipul Shinghal, who is the Deputy Chief of the Army Staff for Information Systems and Training. In an era where AI is transforming not only commerce and governance, but also the nature of conflicts and national security, his perspective is both rare and indispensable. From battlefield intelligence to logistics and training, the integration of AI into defense is one of the most consequential and most sensitive frontiers of this technology. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Lieutenant General Vipul Shinghal.
Okay, thank you. Firstly, let me just say this that, I know I'm the last speaker of a long day. So I'll do this quickly. I'll come to the essentials. Distinguished guests, leaders of industry and academia, AI innovators, my colleagues in uniform, who are also innovators, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to you all. It's a privilege to be speaking here as a keynote address representing the Indian Army and the Indian Armed Forces. 35 years ago, when I joined the Army as a young lieutenant, in my first war game, unfolded in a room dominated by large paper maps. Information arrived slowly, handwritten notes, verbal updates, reports from the field taken on telephone. We pieced that picture together, physically marked it on the map using color-coded pins and flags and presented to the commander, who then took a decision deliberately and with reflection, fully aware that the adversary was operating within similar timelines. 20 years later, the rhythm began to change. Intelligence became sharper and faster. Operation rooms had a few screens displaying maps. Presentations moved to PowerPoint. The volume of information increased. Timelines got compressed, but there was still space to pause, breathe, and the OODA cycle could still breathe. Today, when I walk into an operation rooms, the difference is stark. It's like a Star Wars coming to life. A massive digital display dominates the wall. Input stream in continuously from multiple sensors. Intelligence is fused almost instantly, analyzed by AI, presenting a living, dynamic picture of the battle space. Some of the work we did as lieutenants is now automated. And the commander knows that the adversary is seeing much the same picture about us at much the same speed. The pressure is not anymore about awareness, it is about decision. Seconds matter, hesitation has consequences. It is in this environment of speed, uncertainty, and time compression that I want to transport you to an operational scenario. During a high tempo military operation, a senior commander was presented with a machine generated recommendation based on multiple sensor feeds and AI analysis to engage a target immediately. The system was confident. Uh, the probability score of the machine was high. The decision window was measured in seconds. But the commander paused, not because he didn't trust the technology. His experience told him that something was amiss. He asked a simple question: what does the machine not know? The pause revealed something the algorithm could not see. A civilian evacuation had just begun minutes earlier, not yet reflected in the data. The machine saw the movement as that of enemy troops, whereas they were civilians. It is even possible that troops were mixed with the civilians. However, the commander exercised judgment and restraint. The strike was delayed, innocent lives were spared, and the mission was still achieved. This moment captures a fundamental truth. AI can inform, accelerate, and recommend decisions, but only humans can exercise judgment and bear responsibility for them. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister and many other eminent speakers spoke of the need for guardrails and safety to be built into AI enabled models. In the case of the military, these are not essential but mandatory, as the stakes are much higher. The Indian Armed Forces operate in a uniquely complex security environment across contested borders, multiple domains, dense populations, and high escalation sensitivity. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, let me clearly state that we in the defense forces are fully cognizant that artificial intelligence is fundamentally redefining the modern battle space. Its power in intelligence fusion, surveillance, decision support, maintenance, logistics, and a host of other functions is a force multiplier in today's multi-domain battle space. In keeping with the vision of technological transformation, the Chief of Army Staff has formally declared this year as the year of networking and data centricity, signaling a deliberate shift towards data-driven operations and AI-enabled capabilities. The evolution is powered by many indigenously built applications: Ekam AI as a service, Samadrishti, which is a battlefield situational awareness software, Shakti and Akash Tir, which are sensor and shooter fusion. All of these have been built through our collaboration with industry, leaders, and startups, many of the innovators who have been around in this summit for the last few days. For this self-reliant transformation, we are open to collaboration with many startups, innovators to build it further. However, we are fully cognizant that this needs to be a responsible development of AI. Allow me to reflect on four points on this regard. Firstly, what decisions that AI must not be delegated to, must always remain human. Human control has to be institutionalized into law, and moral accountability cannot be with the machine. If a machine recommends a decision with 90% accuracy and the commander goes with it, and it is a wrong decision, it gives the commander a moral buffer. But is that correct? Secondly, AI-enabled systems are designed to cause harm. Therefore, they must be treated as a weapon and not as a software. They, therefore, must be evaluated and tested in contested field conditions. Remember that the battlefield is a chaotic data environment. Sensors get obscured by dust, smoke, deception, and many other things. A system that performs well in controlled condition but fails in a battlefield condition is not a force multiplier, it's a liability. Thirdly, trust and sovereignty must get built in the system. The commander taking a decision based on an AI-enabled system, but must know what is the data being used, how it is being trained. The black box of data must become a glass box. And fourthly, commanders and staff of today need to be trained about this fast evolving battlefield. As I told you about the operational scenario, as it was 30 years ago and it is today in a war game, we need to be able to integrate algorithms, be able to command systems, and know how to go forward. The Indian Army is taking steps in training our commanders and staff in this direction. The next thing that I'd like to say is that in sum, the nature of war may change, but our conscience must not. It is important to recognize that these concerns about AI safety and governance are not confined to the military domain alone. They are increasingly shaping national policy. The launch of the India AI governance guidelines and the Delhi Declaration during the summit is a path-breaking step in this direction. Just happened during this summit. This framework defines AI systems being generative and therefore having unintended consequences. And this has lessons for us as military planners. At this stage, I would also like to remind ourselves of a historical truth. I do believe in the wisdom of humanity. Whenever faced with a new crisis, we have responded. The rules governing the use of NBC weapons, the Geneva Convention on Treatment of Prisoners of War, the Convention on Use of Landmines, and other such frameworks have stood the test of time and, with few exceptions, have been followed during conflicts also. In a similar manner, a set of governance frameworks and legal provisions need to be evolved about use of AI-based systems and autonomous weapons. Already under the framework of the United Nations, discussions are underway around meaningful human control and accountability. His Excellency, the UN Secretary General, also talked about various such initiatives just yesterday. While consensus remains complex, the debate itself reflects a shared concern for autonomy without restraint that would undermine strategic stability. India, as a major military power, a growing AI hub, and a civilization deeply rooted in ethical restraint and understanding that Shakti, that is force, and Dharma, that is righteousness, must go hand in hand, has both the capacity and the credibility to lead this conversation. The clear and all-encompassing Manav vision for AI, enunciated by the Honorable Prime Minister in this hall yesterday, and emphasizing moral and ethical systems as well as accountability, is the lighthouse that can guide us all for AI to become inclusive, accessible, and responsible. Thank you and Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lieutenant General Vipul Shinghal, for that powerful address on AI in defense, the transformative role of AI in defense. We appreciate the words and the address of Lieutenant General Vipul Shinghal. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard all the speakers. Now it's my turn to say a few words to conclude this summit. And of course, with this last keynote speaker, we come to the end of India AI Impact Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, this summit was never about AI for its own sake. It was always about making sure that when we speak of artificial intelligence, we speak of human consequences. The conversations over these last 5 days have been bold, candid, and of course, at times uncomfortable too. That is exactly what it should be because the easy consensus is never the useful one. India convened the summit with a single belief that the world does not need another conversation about artificial intelligence. It needs a commitment that works for everyone. And over these 5 days, that belief has been met with action, with partnerships, with pledges, and with a shared resolve that now it is in the hands of every person in this hall to carry it forward. The summit ends today. And with this, I, Mamta Chopra, would like to say to you all, thank you. Thank you so very much for being a part of this summit, online and offline, of course. The work begins now. And we are grateful for your presence, your conviction, and your partnership. Thank you, everyone. Let's start the action now. Thank you. Namaskar. Jai Hind.